Merhaba, bizim UNDP ile gerçekleştireceğimiz iki etkinliğin saatleri değişti, yerleri değişti. Yani dolayısıyla şu an High Level Event'i yerine Local Government in Combating Climate Change etkinliği gerçekleştirecek. Haberiniz olsun.
Se.
Benim konuşmamın İngilizce çevirmesi onların konuşması gerekmiyor mu?
Ses neden buradan?
Çünkü ben konuşuyorum. Anladınız, size bir katılın. Buradan karşıdaki insanların...
Beni duyuyor musunuz şu an?
Ben duyuyorum.
Duyuyoruz, tamam.
Ben de duyuyorum.
Şimdi çeviriyi kontrol edeceğim.
Ben İngilizce kanalına geçeyim, olmadı bir deneyelim.
Hicran Hanım,
Merhaba.
siz beni duyuyor musunuz?
Ben duyabiliyorum. Şu an COP27'yi İngilizce kanalından konuşuyorum. Beni duyabiliyor musunuz?
İngilizce kanalını duyuyoruz şu anda, evet.
Teşekkür ederim. Türkçe kanala geçmeme gerek var mı?
Bir şey diyemiyorum. Ben de katılımcı olduğum için şu an.
Tekrar söyleyip bir şey söyler misiniz?
İngilizce kanaldayım.
Tamam.
İngilizce kanaldan çevirmen konuşuyor.
Duyuluyor mu?
İngilizce kanal duyuluyor şu anda, evet.
Tamam. Evet, siz de...
Zoom'dan katılan katılımcılarımız eğer Türkçe konuşup dinleyeceklerse kendilerinin Türkçe kanala geçmesini de rica edebiliriz. İngilizce bir soru gelecekse örneğin onlara.
Ben kimse yok herhalde.
Siz nasıl tercüme yapıyorsunuz? Biz şu an Zoom'da bağlamıştık. Zoom'dakileri alabiliriz.
Sizinkiler buradakine tercüme edecek. Sizin simültaneniz nerede? Onun kendi mikrofonu vardı. O bizlik değil yani.
Hayır, sonra şu. Sizin şimdi İngilizce Türkçe kanalınız var ya.
Evet.
Orada da tercüman var mı?
Var.
Ama şu an buradan İngilizce çıkmıyor ses, neden? Türkçe çıkıyor.
O kanala girmeniz gerekiyor.
Girdim, İngilizce değil.
Ama şu an
İngilizce kanaldan tercüman konuşuyor. Şu an beni duyuyor olmanız lazım.
Türkçe konuşuyorlar ya onlar.
İngilizce kanaldayım ama Türkçe konuşuyorum test yaptığınız için. Yayın başlayınca bu kanaldan İngilizce konuşacağım.
Ha, tamam, okey. Sorun.
Tamam. Zoom'daki kullanıcılarınızın Türkçe'ye ihtiyacı varsa Türkçe'ye geçmelerini anons eder misiniz?
Nasıl oluyor?
sesi bağlayacağız.
Zoom'dan konuşan kişiler değil mi?
Bak tekrar söyle. Katmanın
Evet, evet.
Evet.
Aylin Hanım, Ali Bey eğer soruları
Buradaki
hani
Zoom'da.
İngilizce dinlemeyeceklerse, Türkçe
Zoom'daki
takip
konuşan-
edeceklerse Zoom'da
Aynen
Türkçeyi
öyle,
seçsinler.
Doğru. İkisi birbirinden farklı sistem olduğu için. Şu an İngilizce nasıl konuşuyoruz lan? oluyor anlamadım.
Şöyle, şu anda size ofisi duyuyor.
Evet.
Çeviri esnasında İngilizceyi açacağız.
İngilizce açık zaten bende.
Şu an zaten Türkçe konuşuyor ve konuşuyor. Ama sunum başladığında İngilizce
Tamam.
konuşacak.
Ben okey şimdi anladım. Ben hani otomatik bir yapay zeka.
Yok hayır, öyle değil.
Tamam, şu an
Bayağı
seste
bir var.
sorun yok değil mi?
Evet, evet. Yani
Tamam. O zaman tamam.
Bu arada sahnede kimse yok mu?
Şimdi çıkacak zaten.
Kim var sahnede?
3 kişi. Onlar bizi görebiliyor. Yani bir Fatma Hanım konuşacak. Fatma Şahin. Onun sunumunu da hazırlıyoruz. Bu iki değil. Tamam. İyi değil bu da. Tamam. Bunu kapatayım, onu vereyim, tek mikrofon olsun. Bunu kapatalım şu an. Ya da ikiyi vereceğim. Ben oraya bırakayım. Hocam herkes kürsüden. Bir tane de buraya.
Böyle bir sıkıntı var. Ben şimdi İstanbul'a dönünce ararım zaten. Şu anda şeydeyim. Birleşmiş Milletler toplantısındayım ben şu anda. Daha yani konvektörler çalışmıyor. Konvektörler diyorum işte. Sistem çalışmıyor bağlanacak. Tamam yani servisle bir konuşuyorum. Yani bizim beklentimiz pompasını aldık. Konvektörler de çalışana kadar hizmet vermesi. Öbür kampı anladım. Kamp verilmiyor. Kamp ödemiyor. Onu ödedik kabloyu 500 lira. Ama bu işte her gelişimde bir şey yardım etmek diye konvektör başına bizden para istiyor. Bence bu hoş bir şey değil. Yani ben müşteriyi satın aldım, konvektörleri çalışır halde servisi çok teslim etmek lazım. Öyle değil mi? Yanlış mı?
Ses.
Evet. I think we can start. I would like to inform you that due to a reschedule in the program of agenda of today, the high-level event on NDC will start at 5 p.m. So now we continue with the local action. today, now we are together with the representative of the municipality from Turkey. First of all, we start with the president of the Turkish Union of Municipalities, and as well as the mayor of Gaziantep Metropolitan Municipality, Ms. Fatma Şahin. And then we continue with the Istanbul Metropolitan Municipality, Professor Ayşen Erdinçler. And then we continue with the Samsun Metropolitan Municipality with Ali Tülümen. And then Serdar Bey will be given the floor. And after as the last presentation, we'll have the Aylin Hanım from the Muğla Metropolitan Municipality. We can start with Fatma Hanım. The first presentation will be in Turkish. And we have some portable headsets, and we can distribute them. Is there anybody who wants any portable headsets? Okay. Hocam, eliniz orada mı duruyor? Şuraya dikkat edin, arkada bir çıkıntı var.
Evet. Değerli hocalarımı, panelistlerimizi, değerli
Distinguished professors,
katılımcılarımızı,
distinguished panelists,
hanımefendileri,
distinguished
beyefendileri
participants, distinguished
sevgiyle,
ladies and
hürmetle
gentlemen,
selamlıyorum.
dear
Ben Fatma Şahin,
participants. I would like to extend
Gaziantep
my
Büyükşehir
best regards.
Belediye Başkanıyım. Aynı zamanda Türkiye Belediyeler Birliği Başkanıyım. Hakikaten çok zor bir dönemden geçiyor dünya. Sürdürülebilir kalkınma, ekonomiyi ekolojiye geçirme, ekonomik kalkınmayla birlikte çevresel ve insani kalkınmayı bir bütün olarak bakmadığımız sürece ortak evimiz olan gezegenimizi koruyamadığımızı gördük. O yüzden dünya nereye gidiyor, biz ne yapmalıyız, ne yapmamalıyızla alakalı müsaade ederseniz size bir sunumum var. Bu sunumu yapmak istiyorum. Dünya nereye gidiyor? Ben Antarktika'ya gittim ve bu buzulların nasıl eridiğini gözümle gördüm. TÜBİTAKMAM'ın başındaki hocayla birlikte Teknofest Gaziantep'te olunca biz yerinde incelemeler yaparak hem Türkiye'nin yaptığı Ar-Ge çalışmalarını hem dünyada bu konuda yapılan çalışmaları yerinde görme fırsatım oldu. Çöllere kar yağıyor şu anda. Bu bir kabus değil, bu bir rüya değil, bu bir gerçek. Dolayısıyla bu en garip olan dönemi hep birlikte tanıklık yapıyoruz ve özellikle Türkiye topraklarının %13'ü yüksek, %52'si orta düzeyde çölleşme riski altında. Bu riske karşı dünya ısınmaya devam ediyor. Sanayi devrimini yaparken yeşil sanayiyi birlikte yapabilseydik, eğer sanayileşirken toprağı, suyu, havayı kirletmeden sanayileşme yapabilmiş olsaydık bugün Çin %26 ile dünyayı kirletmeyecekti. Amerika'da %12 ile dünyayı kirletmeyecekti. Dolayısıyla bu kirlenme devam ettiği sürece dünyamız yaşanabilir olmaktan çıkacak ve sanayi altyapısında yeşil sanayiyi nasıl yapmamız gerektiğini hızlı bir şekilde tanımlamamız gerekiyor. Dünya ısınmaya devam ederse ne olacak? Aslında son 3 yıldan beri ülkemizde de yaşadığı seller, yangınlar, afetler daha da hızlı bir şekilde artmaya devam edecek. Daha güvensiz, hakikaten daha yaşanamayan, daha da açlıktan dolayı büyük bir sorun yaşayan bir dünyaya doğru gidiyoruz. Bu Dünya Bankası'nın 2050'ye kadar olan iklim değişikliğinin bölgesel göçleri. Bu şekilde devam ederse iklim değişikliği etkisiyle bölgesel göçler nereye gidecek? Şu haritayı görüyoruz. Hangi bölgeden hangi bölgeye göç etmek zorunda kalacak insanlar? Ve biraz önce söylemiş olduğum kim ne kadar kirletiyor'a baktığınızda en büyük kirleticinin Çin olduğunu görüyoruz. Ve ikincisinin de Amerika olduğunu görüyoruz. Almanya 1.6, biz %1'iz. Ama Almanya teknolojik altyapısını tamamlamış durumda. Biz teknoloji açığımız var. Biz %1'iz ama bizim teknoloji açığımız var. Bizim yeşil kalkınma, yeşil devrimi hakikaten büyük bir fırsata dönüştürmemiz lazım. Yeşil ekonomiyi iyi yönetebilirsek önümüzde büyük bir fırsat olduğunu şu rakamlardan görüyoruz. Çünkü rakamlar, özellikle ben bir mühendis olduğum için istatistik bize her şeyin cevabını veriyor. Rakamların dilini iyi görmemiz ve bunun gereğini yapmamız gerekiyor. Peki hangi alan ne kadar kirletiyor? Şu aslında bize çok büyük cevap veriyor. Hangi alana daha çok yatırım yapmamız gerektiğinin de cevabını veriyor. En çok kirletici olan unsur enerji. Dolayısıyla bizim hızlı bir şekilde yenilenebilir enerji başta olmak üzere temiz enerji, yeşil enerjiyi hayatın bir parçası yapmamız lazım. Hükümetimizde çok sağlam bir duruş var, büyük bir liderlik var, bakanlıklarda bu konuda gerekli çalışma var. Ama en büyük şey uygulama. Hukuk devletinde bunun altyapısını yapma elbette önemli. Ben 2002 yılında Sanayi Komisyonu Katip üyesi oldum. 15 yıl özel sektörde çalıştıktan sonra yenilenebilir enerjinin hukuki düzenlemelerine de tanıklık yapmış, altında imzası olmuş bir kardeşinizim. Şu anda %55 son 20 yılda oldu ama bu yetmez. Bunu daha da artırmamız gerekiyor, çeşitlendirmemiz gerekiyor. Ulaştırma şu an %16 ile en büyük kirletici unsur. Biraz sonra anlatacağım. Biz bu konuda ne yapıyoruz? Gaziantep örneği ve Belediyeler Birliği olarak neler yapıyoruz ve binalar şehirleşme devam ediyor. Binalar en büyük karbondioksit salınımı üreticisi ve yeşil çimentoya geçmemiz gerekiyor. Çimento nasıl yeşil olacak? Bunu artık çimento üreticilerinin hızlı bir şekilde hayata geçirmesi lazım. Yeşil olmayan çimentoyu da almamamız gerekiyor. Bunu bir tüketici bilincine dönüştürmemiz gerekiyor. Ve sanayi. Sanayinin mutlaka bir Çin örneğinde olduğu gibi olmaması için yeşil sanayiye atılan suyun balığı öldürmemesi, ağacı kuruklaması, insanı kanser etmemesi gerekiyor. Dolayısıyla bu bakış açısıyla baktığımızda bizim neler yapmamız gerekiyor? Tarım o kadar önemli hale gelmiş durumda ki tarımla ilgili biraz sonra ben yine anlatacağım. İş makinesinden tutun, sulanabilir arazide yenilenebilir enerjiye kadar hakikaten çok mühim bir alan var. Pandemi ülkelerin en zayıf tarafından vurdu. Amerika, sabah da söyledim. Amerika sağlıktan büyük bir darbe yiyip huzur evinde ölülerini toplayamadı. Amerika enerjiden, Avrupa enerjiden bizim ülkemiz ve benim şehrimde toprağı ve suyu iyi yönetmek zorunda. Gıda güvenliği dediğimiz şey şu anda milli güvenlik kadar önemli. Bunu yapmamız gerekiyor. Eğer tahıl koridoru açılmamış olsaydı bugün Afrika'daki çocuk açlıktan ölürken benim şehrimde de makarna fabrikası, un fabrikasındaki çalışan kişiler işinden olacaktı. Dolayısıyla 250 bin kişinin çalıştığı bir sanayide bunların hepsinin döngüsel yan etkileri var. Bunun gereğini yapmamız gerekiyor. Bunları zaten biliyorsunuz, hızlı geçeceğim. Hepinizin çok iyi bildiği konular. Biz bir yeşil dönüşüm ve yönetişim haritası çıkardık. Her bir başlığı kim çalışıyorsa rekabet etme gücünü artıracak. Hem ülke yarışında hem bireyin hem şehrin yarışında öne geçecek. Bunların her biri şu anda çok hayati meseleler ve yeşil bina nasıl olacak? Bunların her bir başlığını hızlı bir şekilde tamamlıyoruz. Biz 2014 yılında imar master planı, ulaşım master planı ile birlikte iklim master planı yaptık. Bunların her birinin üzerinde tek tek çalışarak gidiyoruz. Çünkü ölçmediğin hiçbir şeyi düzeltemezsin, izlemediğin hiçbir şeyi de etken analizinde bilemezsin. Ölçmemiz ve izlenebilirliği sağlamamız gerekiyor. Bu bakış açısıyla biz ne yaptık diye bakacak olursanız, biraz önce söylemiş olduğum şu her alanda iklim master planının altyapısını oluşturduk ve taahhütte bulunduk. Biz hangi alanda ne yapmamız gerektiğiyle ilgili eylem planımızı oluşturduk ve taahhütlerimiz var. Bu taahhütleri yerine getirmek için de yapılması gerekenler var. Özellikle 54 ülkeden 10 bin imzacı ile eylem planımızı sunduk ve 16 şehir eylem planını bu anlamda sunan şehirlerin içerisinde olduk. Burada EBRD'nin yeşil şehri olduk. Bizim bir de bir farkımız var. 500 bin mülteciyle 10 yıldır birlikte yaşıyoruz. 2 milyonluk şehirde 500 bin mülteciyle şehrin 1/4'inin birlikte yaşadığı şeyde bütün kirletici unsurların 4 kat arttığını düşünün. Dolayısıyla iyi yönetilmediği zaman nasıl bir altyapı sorunuyla karşı karşıya kalabileceğimizi düşünün. Yeşil şehir olduktan sonra kendi tükettiğimiz enerjinin yarısını EBRD'den hibe olarak aldık. Şu an 27 megawattın yarısını hibe olarak alıp Enerji AŞ'yi ve Bilişim AŞ'yi kurduk. Bazen belediyeler de kendi içinde çok hantal kalıyor. Eskiden büyük balık küçük balığı yutardı. Şimdi hızlı balık hepsini yutuyor. Hızlanmamız gerekiyor. Şirketleştik. Daha hızlı hareket etmemiz gerekiyor. İşte bu gördüğünüz anlamda yaptığımız çalışmaların sonunda yenilenebilir enerji tesislerimiz nelerdir? Çeşitlendirdik. Biyogaza girdik. Önce 1 megawatt yaptık. Çok başarılı oldu. 3 megawatt, 2 megawatt daha yaptık. Şu an 3 megawattlık biyogazımız var. Ama şu an elimizdeki en önemli işimiz rüzgar enerjisi. 15 megawattlık bir fizibilite çalıştık. Rüzgar enerjisine de geçmemiz gerekiyor. Bütün çatılarımızı güneş enerjisine çeviriyoruz. Okullar, engelsiz yaşam ve bir ekolojik bina yaptık. Bir bina nasıl ekolojik olur? Bunun bir örneğini gösterdik. Bununla alakalı bu yaptığımız çalışma izleme merkezinde de ne kadar ağacı kurtardık, bundan ne kadar kazancımız var, bunların hepsini de ölçülebilir hale dönüştürdük. Ekolojik bir kent planlıyoruz. Yaptığımız ekolojik binanın büyük bir kentinin altyapısını oluşturuyoruz. Bu ekolojik binayı yaptığınız zaman da yapana ve kullanana cazip oluşturacak bir takım yeni metodolojilere ihtiyacımız var. İlk kullandığımızda bunu biz dedik ki ekolojik kentten gelir bina alırsan size 2 kat daha fazla vereceğiz dedik. Mesela atıyorum. Pandemiden önce hiç cazip gelmedi. Çünkü bunu yapan insanların ona verdiğiniz cazibe maliyet yüksek olduğu için başa baş gelmediği için kimse topa girmedi. Ama şimdi pandemiyle birlikte yeni bir dünya var. Algılar daha yüksek ve bu konuda herkes bir şeyler yapmaya çalışıyor. Bu alanda kendimizi yenilememiz gerekiyor. Bir tasarım çalıştık. Nasıl bir köy olsun? Bu köyde verimlilik nasıl olsun? Bisiklet yollarının, kullanılan binaların sıfır atık olduğu bir altyapıyı çalıştırdık. Biraz önce göstermiştim. Ulaşım ikinci en büyük kirletici. Biz elektrikli otobüsleri çalışırken hidrojenli otobüse geçmeye karar verdik. Bu nereden çıktı başkanım derseniz, bize gelen sunumlarda Avrupa'nın şu anda %60'ının ulaşımda hidrojenli otobüse geçmeye başladığını gördük. Köln'e gittik. Köln Belediyesi 200 otobüsünü geçirmişti. Yandaki Duisburg Belediyesi bizim kardeş şehrimiz. Onlar da full cell dediğimiz Ar-Ge, özellikle hocalarımızın bildiği sertifikasyon programını çalıştığını gördük. Hocam Boğaziçi'de olduğu için bunların ne kadar önemli olduğunu, sertifika programlarına bir an önce geçmemiz gerektiğini, eğer biz geçemezsek yarın İngiltere'ye büyük büyük paralar vererek sertifikalar oradan alıp parayı oraya aktarmak zorunda kalacağız. Kendi bünyemizde bunu başarmamız gerektiğini biliyoruz. Şu an hangi aşamadayız? Alman Linde firması Yap İşlet'te geliyor. 20 otobüslük filoya karar verdik. 20 otobüslükte en ileri olan Toyota ve Hyundai, Güney Kore ve Japonlar bu konuda hakikaten çok ilerlemiş durumdalar otobüste. Şu an bunları çalışıyoruz. Hangisi daha bizim istediğimiz noktada desteklenirse bir sene sonra biz Gaziantep'te 20 filoluk hidrojen otobüse geçmiş olacağız. Daha da mühimi ülke hidrojen sanayisinin altyapısını oluşturmuş olacak. Biz bunları konuştuğumuz zaman İTÜ rektörümüz aradı. Ben İTÜ'den mezun olduğum için hocam dedi, başkanım dedi, biz bu konuda ciddi bir pilot altyapı oluşturduk. Biz de işin içinde olmak istiyoruz. Onlar da şu anda bu konudaki Ar-Ge'yi üretiyorlar. Bu konuda bize her türlü desteği vereceklerini söylediler. Biraz önce söylemiş olduğum örneklerden çalışmalar, biyogaz çalışması. Biyogazda da çıkan ürünün sıvı gübresini park ve bahçelerde kullanıyoruz. Bir taraftan enerji üretiyoruz. Dolayısıyla şu da çok önemli. Mekanik ayrıştırmayı yapmadığımız için bütün her şeyi birlikte depoluyoruz. Sanayinin ham maddesi olan ve bizim cari açığımız olan demiri, camı hepsini metan gazı beklettiğimiz alanda toplu depoluyoruz. Bu çok saçma bir yöntem. Verimsiz bir yöntem. Şurada Avrupa Birliği projesiyle Bunların hepsini ayrıştırıyoruz ve sanayimize ham madde olarak veriyoruz. Şu anda bu bizim açımızdan çok önemli. Gelip görmek isteyen, başkanım bu konuda biz de gezmek istiyoruz diyenlere de her türlü arkadaşlarımız biz destek oluruz. Sizlerden öğrenecek çok şeyimiz var. Bu alanda herkesin birbirini can kulağıyla dinlemesi gerekiyor. Dolayısıyla havamızı korumak, yeşil alanları çoğaltmak, karbon emisyonunu azaltmayla alakalı çok sayıda kendi ata tohumumuzu dağıtıyoruz. Bize dair o tohumu kendimiz üretiyoruz. Tarım Daire Başkanlığı'nı kurduk 2014 yılından beri. Çiftçilerimizle tarım okulu açtık. Kadın kooperatiflerini kurduk. Bunun üzerinden yaptığımız alanlarda yeşil alan miktarlarımızı artırdık. Ve bu yeşil ulaşım dediğimiz altyapıyı oluşturduk. Yeşil ulaşım altyapısına yaklaşık 2 hafta önce Cumhurbaşkanımızla birlikte 25 kilometrelik günde 100 bin kişinin taşınacağı küçük sanayi organize arasından kara tren hattını hızlı trene çevirdik ve 16 istasyonlu çalışmamız tamamlandı. Şu anda gördüğünüz yeşil ulaşımla ilgili ve sıfır atık projesi şu an hepimizin üzerinde çalıştığı proje. Temel sorun önce karıştırıp sonra ayrıştırıyoruz. 50 yıl önce Almanlar evde ayrıştırmayı bir yaşam şekline dönüştürmüş. Çok hızlı bizim bunu bir zihinsel ve herkesin kullanabildiği hale dönüştürmemiz gerekiyor. Bilim dünyası da diyor ki 7 çok geç. Daha çocukken bizim bu çocuklarımızı buna alıştırmamız ve bunun altyapısını hazırlamamız gerekiyor. Sonradan çok zor oluyor bu işler. Çevre bilinci o yüzden dijital sanatla, dijital oyunlarla, toprak su dediğimiz çocukların dikkatini çeken kuklalarla, şarkılarla bu çalışmaları, bu konseptleri ayırıyoruz. Enerji verimliliğimiz ve çevre dostu kamu binamız. Önce kendimizden başlamamız gerekiyor. Toplumdan beklemeden şunu yapsın mı, bunu yapsın. Sen ne yaptın kardeşim? Biz kendi binalarımızı bu anlamda ISO 5001 enerji yönetim sistemi alan belediye olduk. Sıfır karbon binalarımızı tamamladık. Su savaşları başlayacak. Karbon bitiyor. Kim suyunu yönetirse bu geleceğin dünyasını oluşturacak. Çünkü artık küresel ısınmayla birlikte bizim bölgemiz çok daha kurak. Biz şu anda 130 kilometreden su getiriyoruz. Şehirde su yok. 2 milyonluk şehirde su yok. O yüzden su dediğimiz şey bizim için çok hayati. Biz bu bölgedeyiz. Şu bölgedeyiz, görüyorsunuz. Simsiyah bir bölgedeyiz. Ne yapacağız bunu? Bilgi ve aklı hocalarımızı dinleyerek çözeceğiz. Ve bu konuda yaptığımız çalışmalar, atık su yönetimi, bu konuda yaptığımız o büyük işlerden dolayı da birçok uluslararası alanda ödüller almayı başardık. Beni sabırla dinlediğiniz için teşekkür ediyorum. Hepinizi hürmetle, saygıyla selamlıyorum. Çok teşekkür ediyorum.
Thank you very much for presentation, Fatma Hanım. I think you have to leave for another bilateral. They told me that.
Evet, UN Habitat'ın genel sekreteriyle görüşmem var. Ben müsaadenizi isteyeceğim. Görüşmek üzere, hoşçakalın.
Now we can continue with Ayşen Hanım. Yeah, please.
Good afternoon, everybody. Right now in this session, I'm going to talk about the adaptation studies of the Istanbul Metropolitan Municipality. As you know, Istanbul is located in between Europe and Asia, and it is the most populous city of Turkey and Europe, with a population of 16 million. While with the refugees, the immigrants, and some guests, it's approaching to 20 million. So we are dealing with a huge population, and it is also the financial capital of the Turkey, and actually Turkey. And then we do have 39 district municipalities. Well, expected climate change effects in Istanbul well, extreme heats and an annually 1 to 4.5 degrees temperature increases, sea level rise, and this is for 100-year data, obviously, and temperatures never down below 0 degrees Celsius and a 30% decrease in the summer rain. So this means that a long period of the dry seasons and 59 increase of the extreme precipitation and the long periods of drought. Well, IMM is giving high attention to the climate change. That's the reason, again, IMM is the only member of C40 from Turkey. So Istanbul is the only city, basically, as a member of the C40. And the mayor of Istanbul Metropolitan Municipality signed the deadline 2020 document of the C40 Mayor's Summit in 2019. And he committed that Istanbul is going to be carbon neutral and a resilient city by 2050. Well, it has been committed, and then this necessitated the new or revision of the climate action plan of the Istanbul, because it was impossible to meet the targets of this to 2020 by the old version of the climate action plan. So we have prepared the new climate action plan with the new targets, obviously. And we have published it in last year, so you can find it in the website of the IMM. Well, the targeted emission reduction rates for the extended ambitious scenario. Actually, let me give you some information about the climate action plan. We have worked on a different scenarios, and we created an ambitious scenario to become carbon neutral by 2050, but even this very ambitious scenario was not enough to meet this commitment. So we have created extended ambitious scenario. And here we go. This is the target of the extended ambitious scenario. By 2030, the reduction of the emissions is going to be like 52%. And by 2040, it'll be 89. And by 2050, we will be carbon neutral. So, as you can see over here, the very important sectors affecting the greenhouse gases is transportation, stationary energy, and the waste. By the way, I would like to tell you that 2019 is the baseline year. So, okay. Now, climate action plan contains both mitigation and adaptation topics, so it should be together, it should proceed together. And right now I'm going to show you some examples of the adaptation works of the IMM. In the, potential climate change risks definitely increases with the increasing population and the urbanization. And you see that population is increasing, and it's compared to 2015 population expected to increase by 22%. In 2030, 35% in 40, and 46% in 2050. Well, as you can see over here, the red ones, when you look at the population, this is 19 and 2021. Population is increased, so annual average temperature is also increasing. So there is the problem is getting increased, basically. And what we have done is we prioritize the actions, especially for the adaptation actions, And this is the way of doing it. There was a long list of actions, so it was more than 250, basically. So we screened the actions according to the C40 filtration, or the criteria filtration, and then decrease it to 80, and then both, inner and external stakeholders vote for them. So we produce just 21 priority actions. Some of them are mitigation and some of them are adaptation. So IMM has prepared adaptation strategies and presented them in the climate change action plan. And the main topics are reducing the urban-rural temperature difference, limiting the number of the nights with the extreme heat, increasing the availability of water to become more resilient to drought, and reducing flood. This is very important for Istanbul because you know that just this, spring we lost lots of, last year we lost people, and this year we experienced serious floods in Istanbul. So increasing the resilience of Istanbul's food systems, this is also very important to keep up with the food safety. Well, here we go. This is the risk categories and the strategy: increasing access to water and mitigate impact of the increasing urban heat, reduce exposure to flooding, and increase the resilience of the food safety, as I mentioned. So here we go. These are the actions over here: increasing urban water storage capacity and preventing loss of function through leakage. This is very important. We have to eliminate loss and leakage. This is very important. As Fatma Shahin said, well, water becomes so valuable. Right now, just because of the evaporation, dry seasons, etc., water is becoming a precious thing. So we have to be careful about this. Especially Istanbul is also very dry city. There is no water around, so we have to be using the water in a proper way. Well, tree planting in public spaces, this is also another very important issue in terms of the, extreme of the heats in the public places. Cooling systems for critical infrastructure, rehabilitation of the streams given river banks. We have to rehabilitate all the streams, etc. And improve the road drainage and keep drains clear. This is also important because if you don't clean up the drains in the roadsides, so this causes to the flooding, and so it's also a serious problem. And urban agriculture in vacant lots, this is for the food safety, right? So if there is an empty space, we can use it for agricultural purposes. It might not be for the crops, etc., but it might be herbal stuff or something like that. Well, I have different things, so I would like to show you some of the examples. This is what strategy is: increasing access to water. Here you go. Istanbul Water and Sewerage Administration, İSKİ, water storage capacity increased, and they are preparing their water master plan. This is also a very important issue. They detected some, they decreased the 22% water leakage was detected, and right now it has been decreased to 20%, and our target is about 18% by 2025. So they are using some smart city applications and cameras, etc., and they are changing all of the pipelines, etc. Okay, so water is so important. That's the reason I would like to talk about this transition. Has been completed to closed circuit irrigation. This is also very important if you're irrigating and if you do it in a proper way. So this means that you will save the water, and the efficiency will be much higher, obviously. Okay, these are some examples: Terkos water supply line construction, Terkos and Taşoluk water treatment plants, capacity increase, and Melan water supply system capacity increase, and that's it. Well, these are just the examples, by the way. There are lots of things, and this is reducing the impact of increasing urban heat. Yes, there are different ways of doing this, but for example, tree planting in 2021, the green area applications has been increased to 84,600,000 something green area. Meter square of the green area, and we have created valleys of the life. So this is also, or the life valleys, whatever we call, and 20 valleys work in progress from Tuzla to Silivri. These are very important because they are corridors, green corridors, so important in terms of the food, cooling the system, so it eliminate extreme of the heats and so. Here you go. These are, different appearance from the different areas of Istanbul. Well, yes, these are from the Valley of Lives, they have created. So there are lots of plans like that. Again, this is for reducing the risk of flood. This is a very important problem in Istanbul, as I mentioned before. In 2019, length of the rehabilitated stream was, 534,000 kilometers. And we are trying to increase it about 31.7 kilometers stream rehabilitation. And we completed it right now. So target is increasing it to 80 kilometers more. So this is also very, very important issue in terms of water. Okay, here we go. We told about the floods. We are experiencing serious floods in Istanbul. Right now, just they separated the, rainwater collection systems. They constructed the rainwater tunnels. So the problem in Üsküdar has been overcome right now. And here we go. This is in Kadıköy, and wastewater and the rainwater collection systems have been separated in 2020. So this is a separate system, It's a very important issue. And while they have constructed 450 meters of drinking water pipeline, 1.5 kilometer wastewater pipeline, and 0.7 kilometer rainwater pipeline, or the collection channels, basically. And here you go. Situation is Kadıköy is also same. So there is a big, a construction for the collection of the rainwater. Okay, so this is the reducing the risk of flood. Again, we're continuing with the rainwater. The spawn cities. So you have to harvest the rainwater. This is also very important. Rainwater collection by roof drainage in 4 of the asphalt factories has been installed. So we have started with the institutional buildings, So buildings belongs to IMM, Istanbul Metropolitan Municipality. So there are targets and ongoing works of asphalt, and regarding to collecting the road drainage. This is also very important. The size, and if the pavements, etc., should be changed to collect or to harvest the rainwater. This is another issue for creating. Thank you. So here you go. These are also the pictures from there. Another one is increasing resilience of the food safety. Well, IMM Directorate of Agriculture and Aquaculture, 182 parcel public gardens. They have created these public gardens. Again, they distribute some milk to the people, and they also supply some, the halk ekmek in Turkey. They're trying to supply cheaper bakery stuff to the people. Again, here are some public garden applications. This is a greenhouse, which is also interesting because this greenhouse has been created and heated by some waste heat coming from our municipal solid waste landfills. The gas over there has been converted to LFG, which is landfill gas, and the waste heat over there has been utilized for the heating of this greenhouse. So it's a very environmentalist one. And here we go. And yes, these are some other plans that supporting the climate action plan. As you can see, it is the umbrella one. So we do have Vision 250 and Istanbul Sustainable Urban Mobility, Sustainable Energy and Climate Action, and lots of things. So everything is going together. So all the plans and the works of IMM are carried out with the priority of climate action perspective. So CCAP, we are preparing our CCAP, Sustainable Energy Climate Action Plan. So I'm going to be real quick because I'm getting warning. So here we go. So in that one, you have seen the first one in this stationary energy was about 64%, and in the CCAP, which is more energy related part, it is 55%. And here we go. These are tough to-do adaptation targets. Istanbul's coastal vulnerability, habitat quality, blue whale flooding vulnerability, habitat degradation, and the flow accumulation maps have been prepared. These are the first time actually, so they are so valuable, I do believe. They are very, very useful maps, flooding one, habitat degradation, and habitat quality. So it was a very important issue. So green cities, we are also preparing GCAP, Green City Action Plan. This is another study. And EU missions, adaptation to climate change. We have been selected as one of the 100 cities. So it's a very important project, I do believe. And I don't know how many minutes do I have?
Actually,
It's
we
over.
We have
Okay,
still
I'll-
three
I'll-
presentations.
Okay. So that's it. Documents are continuing. Well, When last thing, maybe I should say that we are doing everything in line with the local equity action plan. We are giving high importance to that one. So thank you
very much.
It's very quick one.
Now we can continue with the Muğla, Samsun Greater Municipality. Ali Bey. Ali Bey, you hear me?
Hello, I can hear you, but can you hear me?
Okay, you can start, please. We have quite limited time.
Can you hear me? Hello? Well, I can hear you, but can you hear me? Do you confirm me?
We can hear you. Maybe you can share your presentation.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes, we can hear you. Ali Bey, I think there's a problem with the interpretation. Maybe we can continue with Konya Municipality? Perhaps we have quite limited time. Is it possible?
Niye mi araya Konya girdin ya?
I'm sure I was able to hear you, but I was not sure whether you were able to hear me. That was the reason for the technical glitch. Can you hear me? I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Ali Bey, beni duyuyorsanız sunumunuzla devam edebilirsiniz. Paylaşın.
But if you hear me, please go on with your presentation. Can you hear me?
Ses geliyor mu?
Can you hear me?
Ali Bey, beni duyuyor musunuz şu anda? Evet, sizin sesiniz karşı taraftan duyuluyormuş. İngilizce olarak tercümeli bir şekilde karşıya gidiyor ses. Onu söyleyin. Ama onayını aldım.
Okay, anyway, we confirm that they can hear you through English interpretation. Okay, I think I can share my screen to use my slides. Okay then, let me start. I would like to extend my thanks to Mayor of Gaziantep Metropolitan Municipality Fatma Şahin, and I would like to thank Ayşe Hanım from Istanbul Metropolitan Municipality, Head of Department. Well, thank you very much. They have very nice reporting works and plans for Istanbul. I hope they will be able to attain the targets that they incorporated into their reports and plans, because we need attainment of all these targets. Now, speaking for Samsun Metropolitan Municipality, I would like to give you a presentation about climate change adaptation actions. I know our time is very limited, and I will be very quick going through the slides that I have. Here we start. CCA Action Enhancement Project. We implement this together with UNDP and the Ministry of Environment of Turkey. It was initiated in 2019. The project duration is 3 years, specifically 48 months. In this project, the pilot provinces are Konya, Muğla, and Sakarya. Ministry is the lead institution. Exposure adaptation capacity and impact potential were the parameters. Severe rainfall, drought, and heat waves were the risks identified for Samsun province. And these were our parameters, and we had 10 different sectors. We want to understand the potential impact of these parameters in those sectors for the city of Samsun. We wanted to understand how Samsun would be affected by all these parameters. We had a granularity level of districts, and in fact, what we got from this project was a roadmap. That's very important because the metropolitan municipalities and district municipalities now have this roadmap, have this guideline about the impacts of climate change on different sectors. Ali Bey, by the way, can you make your presentation full screen, please? Okay, it's done. Thank you. One important instrument is related to urban transformation. Well, in fact, Mayor Fatma Şahin made a reference to the green cement. This is directly related to urban transformation. In Samsun, there is some significant urban transformation going on. The Ministry of Urbanization and Environment has already taken very important strides here. And in the centrum, 125 hectares of land is being transformed. We're working on these policies by creating alternative transportation routes, and we will have some recycling system. We will have recreational areas, we will have a proper zoning, we will have the rain harvesting potential, and we will have energy efficient buildings, and we will be loyal to green criteria in the designing of the new urban center. This is totally related to adaptation. Well, urban transformation areas and projects come with their own opportunities in terms of adaptation. And for full adaptation, if we really take it seriously, if we really can make use of this opportunity, then we will be able to build climate resilient cities. Another topic that we have been collaborating with Ministry of Urbanization on is related to the transformation of an industrial site. Renewable energy criteria, water efficiency, energy efficiency, urban heat island impact, transportation, waste management were different topics, titles identified for this project, and we did the necessary zoning and we identified the points. Once this process has been completed, in fact, we will have another environmentally friendly industrial site. In fact, its category will be a green area. You know, when you are demolishing and when you are reconstructing, you are all green, and we are going to end up with some green and energy efficient industrial site. Samsun is on the northern coast of Turkey, and there are different climates on the coastal parts of the town and on the mountains and inner parts of the town. And there are different risks. On the coasts of Samsun town, we have to deal with extreme rainfall and flood. But in the inner parts of the town, there are different risks, just like drought and aridity. Then we have to respond to flood and other risks. Well, recently in the neighboring cities, there were some disasters and that were covered by the national media. We know what we can be exposed to, especially in Sinop Ayancık district and also in the surrounding areas. We know the risks. In fact, this is not the task of just one entity to respond to all these risks. We have to be working in collaboration with many other public entities in order to respond to the flood risk. In fact, we are working on rehabilitating the streams and also controlled flow. I also need to refer to renewable energy because the necessary investments were not made timely, and there was a certain industrialization process and carbon dioxide emissions were not taken into consideration, and now we're in a very poor situation in terms of renewable energy. Now we would like to offset our emissions as a public entity, and we have already made our investments for renewable energy, high voltage energy transmission lines and environmental permits. They have all been secured, and now we are waiting for the conclusion of the tendering processes. And probably these days, next year, we are going to get all our energy from the sun as an entity.
Affedersiniz, araya girdiğim için özür diliyorum.
Excuse me, I am interrupting you.
Konya ve Muğla Büyükşehir Belediyelerinin de
Konya and Muğla.
Kendilerine çok az vakit kaldı. O yüzden toparlayabilirsek çok seviniriz. Ali Bey, siz de kusurumuza bakmayın lütfen.
So that we can also give the floor to them. We are sorry for that. Yes, of course. I know these projects are available in all metropolitan municipalities. It's important that we use waste for energy purposes. It's important that we have some proper infrastructure in terms of the utility services. This is related to increase adaptation capacity of a town. Use of electric buses was a topic covered by Fatma Şahin. Now we are switching from electric buses to hydro buses, and in fact, we can always use those offset certificates if we cannot make use of the carbon dioxide, and we update our targets regularly. Now this is COP27. I think our very last target will not be enough. Probably we're going to target 57 reduction for 2030. I'm not very positive about this. I'm not very sure about this, but as we will be working more on emission reduction and new ways. Circular economy is another important project because the less we consume, the smaller environmental footprint we will have. I would like to thank you very much. I would like to give the floor to my dear counterparts. Thank you.
We have quite limited time. Serdar Bey, please. You have 2 minutes.
Yansıtsın. Ekrana yansıtıyor mu? Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Serdar Koyuncu. I am from Konya. My presentation, Konya Metropolitan Municipality Adaptation to Climate Change Projects. Konya Climate Change Adaptation Plan. Climate Council held in Konya for the first time in Turkey. At the Climate Council topics as the subject of greenhouse gas reduction, green finance, carbon pricing, climate change adaptation were discussed. Konya is a pilot city in the Zero Carbon Buildings project. Konya is one of the 4 pilot cities in the world of the Zero Carbon Buildings project. Management of carbon capture area in Konya. While we are struggling with drug on the one hand, we are increasing the land carbon capture areas on the other hand. We have reached above the green area limit value per capacity. Bike city of Konya. Management of carbon capture area and bike city of Konya. We attach great importance to bike infrastructure and use to reduce emission from traffic in Konya bike city. It can be charged mobile phone at the same time. Solar mobile telephone charge station. Konya Metropolitan Municipality 100 megawatt energy system project. Green transformation in warming. Green transformation in warming in Konya. You can see the you can see the results of social impact of climate change. Conservation of biodiversity. We are in wetlands. Biodiversity conversion. Birdhouse project. The impact of noise barriers on biodiversity project in Konya. So, Purple Network project in terms of combating climate change, effective wastewater management is conducted. This practice has entered the literature and OECD reports. This is project. You can see implemented area of Purple Zone project. Here. You can see implemented Purple Pine project area in Konya. You can see implemented area. We use Purple Pine for irrigation right now. Before Purple Pine network and after Purple Pine network. Flood management in Konya plan. Use of stabilized switch sludge to soil. Stabilized switch sludge area uses these areas, agriculture fields, greenlands, planting lands, soil reclamation. For example, cat, dog, food integrated production facility project with extruder system from food waste. We are planning to open facilities in 2000. It is the first project in the world implemented with extruder system from food waste. Our Mayor Altay's message: we are working for living cleaner environmental to next generation. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Serdar Bey. And then 30 minutes to Muğla municipality. Yeah. Okay. Maybe. Aylin Hanım, you can continue. Yeah.
Hello from Muğla, Turkey. I know that I have very limited time remaining, so I will be very quick in my presentation. Of course, the province of Muğla is quite aware of the impacts of climate change. We're affected and we try our best in responding to climate change. Let me introduce the city of Muğla for you. It is located in southwest of Turkey. It is on the intersection of Aegean and the Mediterranean Sea. Our population is 1 million, but in fact our population varies between summer season and winter season. During summer season, the population goes beyond 3 million. Our total surface area is 12.6 thousand square kilometers. We have very important historical and touristic sites. They are world famous. Bodrum Castle, Dalyan, and İztuzu Beach, Deniz, the Lycian Way, the Valley of Butterflies. These are all world famous sites. And we have very good biological system. We have great biodiversity. 68% of our land is covered by forests. 18% of the land is used for agricultural purpose. 40% of the total area consists of protected areas. And our city has the longest coastline in Turkey. This is also a record in Europe. We have 13 districts. The coastline is as long as almost 1,500 kilometers. As for the main sectors in Muğla, it's agriculture, livestock, tourism, mining, energy, agriculture, aquaculture, and forest products. We have some vulnerabilities and strengths as regards climate in Muğla. We are a coastal city. Since we are a coastal city, yes, this is an advantage for tourism. But what about the impacts of climate change? You know, the sea temperatures and the air temperatures are increasing, and the sea level is increasing. Our coastal facilities, the ports, and the coastal settlements may be negatively affected by this. We are a city of forests. We have about 70% forest land. However, they are exposed to threat because there are mining operations going on. Under the ground is quite rich in Muğla as well. And for mining purposes, the forests are being devastated. And unfortunately, there are wildfires. Our agricultural land is quite vast. We have a great diversity of crops. However, because of climate change, with the drought and with the decreased water volume, we can lose the diversity of crops, and we get migration, especially in the coastal parts. With the increased migration, in fact, we need to handle the waste management professionally. We are affected a lot by climate change. In 2020-21, we encountered large-scale wildfires. They were hard to extinguish, and during the winter, we encountered flood. And then, what do we do, and what should we do in order to make our town more resilient? Of course, waste management, energy, and transportation. These sectors require improvement and rehabilitation. In all 13 districts, we wanted to have an integrated waste disposal system. First, we have mechanical separation, and in every plant, we make sure that energy is generated with the help of biogas technique. And in fact, it's 60 million cubic meters of total carbon reduction is ensured, and the total amount of electricity generation is 134.5 million kilowatt. In our public cities and amenities in public buildings that provide services around the clock. Like, we wanted to have clean energy, and that is why we established solar power stations. And in fact, these public institutions' power need is satisfied by the energy coming from the solar energy stations. We have carbon-free transportation. We are making this new fleet for ourselves, and we would encourage the community to use bikes. We construct biking tracks. We would like to extend this biking network. During the European Mobility Week, we had many events for encouraging biking. We already made the master plan for transportation, and we're going to have a very extensive transportation network. And we're going to have a better arrangement of the transportation layout in our town. Water is valuable. We understood the available water resources, the recycling opportunities, and the need for infrastructure improvement and rehabilitation. We started heirloom seeds in agriculture are critical for us. We founded a local seed center, and the ancestral seeds, the heirloom seeds, now can be passed on to new generations. And also we have a laboratory, and soil analyses are made in the lab, and we help the farmers, we guide them.
Pardon, toparlama şansımız olabilir mi acaba? Sonraki etkinlik başladı. Aslında vaktinden çok aldık.
Could you please wrap up? Okay, in 2015, we published our Sustainable Energy Action Plan. In 2021, we committed that we would reduce our emissions by 40% by 2030. In 2023, we published our Climate Adaptation Action Plan. We are working for our town and for our nation in order to support the climate change. Thank you very much for your attention.
Biz teşekkür ederiz. And thank you for your patience as well. I'd like to thank all the participants and attendees.
Evet, şeydi tamam.
Hello.
How are you feeling, Tuğba Hanım?
Hello,
Yeah,
everyone.
I'm now at home in Ankara.
I think
Get ready.
we are ready. We have the speakers on Zoom, and we have the speakers in person here. And thank you very much for joining us today. We will talk about Turkey's NDC and long-term climate change strategy process today. And we are very happy to talk about this whole process with the involvement of multi-development banks, government of Turkey, and also NGO TÜSİAD, and also a education reform initiative where Burcu will talk about education. But first of all, I would like to give floor for opening remarks to Mr. Orhan Solak. He is the president of the Climate Change Office. Mr. Solak.
Thank you, Nuri. Yes. First of all, I would like to welcome all of you. It is our pleasure to host you in our pavilion. Today, as Nuri mentioned, we are going to talk about Turkey's NDC and long-term climate change strategy preparation process. For this project, we worked together with UNDP Turkey. By this way, I would like to thank you, UNDP Turkey, for their support and cooperation. As you know, last year, our president, Mr. Recep Tayyip Erdoğan, declared our 2053 net zero emission target, and Turkey ratified the Paris Agreement. Accordingly, we updated our NDC in line with our net zero emission target. Of course, it is not easy to finalize this work in such a short time period. So I would like to first thank my colleagues, presidents of climate change staff, and also UNDP Turkey project team for their hard working. Tomorrow, our minister, Mr. Murat Kurum, will declare our NDC. So now, of course, speakers will talk about the details of the work. Now, I would like to conclude my words and give the floor to Mr. Nuri Özbağdatlı for his moderation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Solak. Today we will have 6 speakers now. And actually 4 of them are joining online, and thanks to them for decreasing the GHG emission of this COP. And we will start with the Climate Change Office Deputy President Tuğba Dinçbaş. Then we will continue with remarks from Louisa Winton, who is the UNDP resident representative in Turkey. And we will continue with AFD, where Zeren Erik Yaşar will talk about the LTS process, and she is the AFD Senior Project Management. And also thanks to TÜSİAD, also during this process for their support, Nurşan Numanoğlu will join us and talk about the private sector approach. Then it's very good to welcome and host 2 friends here. Gian Piero Nacci, he is the EBRD's Director for Climate Strategy and Delivery and Sustainable Business and Infra. And we will have also Burcu Meltemarık about the education part, and she's from Education Reform Initiative. So first of all, I would like to give floor to Ms. Dinçbaş. Please, Dinçbaş, you can start with your remarks.
I thank you, Nuri, for giving me the floor. Good evening to everyone. First of all, I wish all of you a very productive COP. I'm Tuğba Dinçbaş, Deputy Director of Climate Change Office. I'm responsible for mitigation and adaptation policies and also coordinate NDC and LTS preparation projects. It's a pleasure to be here with you, so let me start. As it's known, Turkey announced its net zero target by 2053, and which is an important step towards combating climate change along with our green development goal. The announcement of this target by the most authorized person, by our president, was the main motivation actually. After that the call of all public institutions to take actions to reach this goal was another main driver for all of us to formulate LTS. Turkey has started the preparation of its long-term climate change strategy and updating of its NDC immediately after the ratification. We work with UNDP on these two important topics, and I want to thank once more. According to us, LTS is the guiding strategy principle to achieve net zero and for the development of the NDCs. Developing and implementing the NDC means setting cornerstones of the long-term strategy. NDC provides a resource to guide us in shaping our midterm mitigation policies on the way to LTS. Therefore, NDS and LTS is closely linked together. Moreover, our LTS will provide us a pathway to a social and economic transformation, which is very important for us. Because of the 30-year time horizon, the long-term strategy will offer many other benefits, including avoiding costly investments in high emissions, technologies, or sectors. Planning for new sustainable infrastructure in light of future climate risks is also important. And it will send early and predictable signals to investors, private sector, about long-term social and economical changes. In line with our net zero emission target, we updated our national determined contribution, which will be announced by our minister tomorrow, as Mr. Orhan has announced. A bottom-up and scientific model software is used along with other tools to develop NDC. Updated NDC will have a more ambitious emission reduction target that is in line with our long-term commitment. And NDC is also aligned with Turkey's midterm economic program that is launched recently. And the development paths of the next development plan is also used in NDC model. After announcing our new updated NDC, we will immediately start to update the national climate change action plans on mitigation and adaptation. The action plans are the key elements for implementing of new NDC, and they will describe a path to reach our new target. During NDC updating process, we gave great importance to stakeholder participation. As you know, we started with holding a climate council. We aim to formulate our future together, actually, and this council has provided a huge momentum with over 1,500 stakeholders participated from public and private sector, research institutions, universities, NGOs, and youth. We covered topics like mitigation finance, carbon pricing, local governments, technology adaptation, but several issues such as migration, just transition, climate justice, etc. were also covered in the climate discussions in the first time in our country. We finalized the council with over 200 decisions, and these decisions provided a guidance to achieve our midterm and long-term goal together with our stakeholders. In the light of the decisions, then we started immediately the NDC modeling study. During this process, we engaged with all ministries and private sector on data collection, setting the assumptions, formulating policies and measures for the scenarios, and discussing the results with an iterative process. An integrated times model was developed for 7 sectors, 7 mitigation sectors: energy, transport, industry, building, agriculture, waste, LULUCF are the sectors. So at the end, mitigation targets for 2030 in line with 2053 vision is delivered from the model. As I already mentioned, Turkey is taking fast and determined steps to combat climate change as a developing country. We see the climate law as the fundamental realization driver of long-term targets. It will be a framework law with the main vision of net zero targets in line with the green development. The law is drafted and the stakeholder opinions are being taken at the moment. It will be completed by 2023 at the latest. This strengthening of the legal basis will make it easier for us to take concrete steps on the road to LTS. We also identify gaps and produce policies to fill them together with the inline institutions and ministries. For example, Scientific and Technological Research Council of Turkey has started to prepare a long-term technology roadmap. Detailed sectoral assessments and policy formulations are also needed in this LTS process. To achieve net zero target, ministries has started to prepare long-term sectoral strategies, for example, on energy and transport in line with 2053 target. Roadmaps for specific energy-intensive industrial sectors, for example, iron and steel and cement sector, are being also prepared in line with net zero target. To activate all this potential, like all developing countries, we need significant international financial support. Lastly, I can announce that next year, sectoral communications will be held with all stakeholders to explain our vision and policies to reach net zero and to enable a green transformation of society. I want to end with a quote of President Eisenhower. Actually, it explains our vision well. Plans are worthless, but planning is everything. So we are on the way of planning. Thank you.
Great.
Thank
Thank you
Nuri.
very much, Ms. Linçbaş. And there's a applause from the event. I don't know if you hear, but I think it is very important that you highlighted also the action plan part and the linkages with NDC and LTS. And very good news that the law is in progress. And I know it is unfair to shorten this whole story in 8 minutes, but you did it in 8 minutes. And thank you very much. And I would like to give floor to now Ms. Winton, as UNDP resident representative in Turkey. She knows much better than all of you here how we work together with the climate change office and how we work very hard. But it would be a good opportunity for her to share her remarks from global side and also national level. Please do so.
Thanks very much, Nuri, and good evening, everyone. And let me start by thanking Mr. Solak and Ms. Tunçbaş for their very kind words about UNDP's support to these important processes going on in Turkey. I'm glad to be participating here via the joys of Zoom. I'm a little jealous that I missed out on swimming with the tropical fishes, as I hear that some of my colleagues were able to do upon their arrival in Egypt, but I'm glad that there are no climate emissions associated with my participation. I also wanted to thank the diverse group of partners who are participating in this discussion today, because I think it's indicative of what we see in all climate action, is that the need for participation across all sectors for us to succeed. It's not just something that we can sort of park with the Climate Change Office or the Ministry of Environment, but it really takes a private sector, civil society, academia, and really all actors in a country to ensure that we get to the targets that we want to get to. So I wanted to speak a little bit about what UNDP is doing globally, and then to focus in on our work in Turkey, and not to take up too much of everyone's time, because I know it's a crowded agenda and also has been a busy day for everyone. But just to say that UNDP is working in more than 20 countries worldwide on what we call the climate promise. So right there is, I think, indicative of our approach, is that this is a future with positive prospects, not simply sort of a negative doom and gloom idea, but there is a promise inside climate action. UNDP's role is very much one of sounding the alarm about climate change, but doing this in an evidence-based way, so that it's not a horror movie style of approach where there's a lot of screaming and then everyone winds up dead, but really it's more of a call to action. So using all the evidence we have on the damage that climate change is doing to the environment, and working with countries and other partners to ensure that we focus on the how. So we have the targets, we know what we need to get to, but how do we get there, I think, is the challenge. And I think this is the area in which UNDP can be most supportive, most helpful to governments worldwide. So the how it comes in a number of different packages. And one is, as you've heard, on policies and planning. So supporting governments, and countries to adopt good policies and to formulate both short-term and long-term plans to get there. But also, those policies, I think, go nowhere unless we have a proof of concept where we can show, in particular, in very practical ways how climate solutions can be win-win solutions, that we're not calling on countries to spend a lot of money that they don't have, but we're showing ways in which the future can be a profitable, prosperous one for everybody if we capitalize on very specific approaches such as green jobs, investing in green jobs, in energy efficiency, which is right there a win-win solution, and in encouraging the use of renewables. And this is something we're doing globally, but also applying that very directly with our partners in Turkey. And I think the third point of UNDP's contribution is focus on a just transition. So this is without the sense of fairness, this is a transition that won't work. So, and climate change, as we see, is full of inequalities. You know, one is very clearly inequalities between different countries, and we do see that the countries that have done least to generate the emissions that cause climate change are the ones that are suffering the worst consequences. For example, Pakistan in the recent floods. You know, Pakistan has done very little to contribute to the emissions that cause climate change, but then Pakistan has seen 1/3 of the country submerged underwater during the recent floods. And here we're very, very pleased to see the discussion of loss and damage emerge so clearly on the agenda of COP27, that there really, we see, needs to be a commitment by countries that have more resources and have done more to cause climate change to support those countries that have done least to cause climate change in addressing the direct consequences of climate-driven disasters and other impacts of climate change. So this is the country-to-country aspects, and I have to say we salute here Turkey for raising this issue very clearly on the global agenda for many years. But then also inside countries, we need to support the sense that those who bear the consequences of climate change are not the ones who caused it as well, but also that we need to provide a path. If we say that coal is an industry that needs to end because it is so destructive, then we need to provide a credible pathway for all those engaged in the coal sector for the future, whether it's in renewable technologies or somewhere else. But we are very, very convinced here, I have to say, that there are win-win solutions to all problems, and we need to be creative and work together to get there, but we can see them on the horizon. I did want to also, in turning to our role in Turkey specifically, I wanted to praise the decisions that we saw last year, the ratification of the Paris Agreement, the setting of this 2053 net zero target, and this declaration of a green society, a green future, indeed, that Turkey will be a leader in a green revolution, because we see Turkey as a key player and really a potential leader in all these efforts we're talking about, both in terms of policies, but also in terms of solutions to the climate challenge. We're very, very proud as UNDP to be supporting our partners in the Climate Change Office in recalculating the net defined contributions of Turkey, and we're very excited for this announcement tomorrow. There's been a lot of work that we've been doing under the guidance of the Climate Change Office, and just to salute the office's leadership there. But we're also supporting the work on the long-term strategy. So this is a very long-term strategy, and I think I will be lucky to live long enough to see it come to fruition at the net zero target of 2053. My point here on the NDCs and the LTS, the long-term strategy, these are two different animals, obviously, but it's good to raise them in the same barnyard so that they support each other and are internally consistent, and that one serves to drive the ambition of the other. The NDCs, as we know, are 5-year bound targets focused on emission reduction. And we're very, very pleased to have supported the government in coming up with a lot of the scenario planning, the modeling that has helped to provide options based on evidence and based on all different sectors contributing. Obviously, the decision has been the government's on how ambitious to be, but we have played a dual role here, also in encouraging the most ambitious targets possible in Turkey and elsewhere. The long-term strategy will depend very much on the NDC set, but really this is a longer-term strategy that enables us, I think, to take the challenges, and we have the time and the planning focus to transform them into opportunities. What the NDCs and the long-term strategy have in common are the importance of involving all possible stakeholders and doing this in a participatory fashion. So we believe very much in the agency of all actors, that this needs to be reflected, and that we need to hear the voices of all sectors of society, and in assessing the opportunities as well as the costs. And here we see UNDP as playing a very important integrator role. So my last point would be that, really, the later we adopt targets that see us on a reducing line of emissions, the more costly and the more difficult achieving that long-term strategy will be. So that's why, again, we are very, very hopeful that the choice in the NDCs will be on the more ambitious side, and that Turkey will take its rightful place as a leader, I think, among those countries that have done little to cause the climate crisis, but can do a whole lot to contribute to the solution. So with big thanks to our partners, and again, our compliments to the leadership of the Climate Change Office, UNDP is pleased to have been involved so far, and we commit to remaining involved in the future. So thank you very much, Teşekkür.
Thanks a lot, Louisa, and we everyone really happy to hear that how part is the most important part, and where the just transition and shaping the future for positive is key. And as Louisa highlighted, we provided the technical input and study and everything. So decision of government of Turkey will be announced tomorrow, and we hope the decrease of the emissions will start as soon as possible for less costly and more integrated net zero achieving. So also we have AFD as a partner of the MOU, as you know, for the MOU between the government of Turkey and the multi-development banks and French and EU, Germany. And it is very important to hear from the MOU partners and multi-development banks about how they see the LTS and what is the role of finance actually here. So Zeran, would you like to start your interventions?
Yes, thank you very much, Nuri, and thank you very much, Orhan Bey, and thank you very much to UNDP and the Climate Change Office to organize this panel and inviting us. Well, I would like to salute all the distinguished speakers and the guests there in COP and maybe online even. So yes, actually, I would like to start answering or maybe mentioning and emphasizing the importance of the ambitious political will to be able to attract more climate finance, greener finance to Turkey. That's not specific to us, of course. That's the same for all countries. But I would like to emphasize the importance of new and more ambitious NDC to be able to drive more green finance to Turkey. So we are very happy to hear that tomorrow is going to be an announcement of our new NDC. We are very much looking forward to it as a not only an MOU partner, but a partner for Turkey's green transition overall and in the long term, not only in the short term. So I mean the NDC as Vinton and also Tuba just mentioned, NDC and LTS are very important political tools. It is important that these framework tools actually are filled up with robust policies, strategies, and documents, and then they should be put into action with long-term, midterm, and long-term evaluation of the performance, not only in terms of climate mitigation, but also in terms of adaptation, of course. So we talked about sending out strong signal both to domestic and international stakeholders in this regard. It is very important, and to the international financial organizations, that is very important as well. So you mentioned about the climate change MOU signed between the Ministry of Finance and Treasury, and on the other side the World Bank, France, Germany, and EBRD and UN, of course. This has been a remarkable agreement between the partners to be able to attract additional climate finance to Turkey between 2022 to 2024. So we are talking, the topic here is long-term climate actions, financing them and MOU is actually an answer to a short-term climate action to be taken by Turkey. But it is quite important because additional climate finance means that the development partners, the donor partners, are committed to provide more finance to Turkey compared to their baseline financing in return for an ambitious policy, in return for an ambitious NDC. This is why we are so much looking forward to the new NDC announcement tomorrow, because that's going to be a clear signal for us and for the other financing organizations on the level of ambition that Turkey is setting, not only for the short term, but I think it's also going to set an ambitious level for the midterm and long-term climate action in Turkey. And in this regard, I would like to mention that AFD has been active in Turkey since 2005. And we have, since then, we have financed more than 4 billion euro investments. We have been working very closely with the municipalities, ministries. We finance public investments, but we also finance private sector through our subsidiary called Proparco. And basically, our aim in Turkey is to finance green, but also inclusive transition. So in this regard, within MOU, we have identified 3 main topics. The first topic is just green transition. It's not a surprise, of course, if we are to achieve net zero carbon, energy sector is the most critical sector that we have to address. So it is a priority for AFD, and we would like to provide our support more in terms of just energy transition. And actually, we are happy now we can talk about this since the announcement of the net zero goal for 2053. Before that, it was a bit difficult to even to discuss. But now I think Turkey has made a good step towards there. So second area of importance for us under the climate MOU is green cities or climate-friendly cities. So we will continue working closely with the municipalities and other stakeholders to be able to help them not only to mitigate their emissions, but also to increase the climate change adaptation in our cities, of course. And the third axe for action for us under the climate MOU is nature and biodiversity. So there we are looking into providing or collaborating with our Turkish counterparts on sustainable agriculture, biodiversity, forest, and topics that are related to nature and are actually helping us to mitigate and better adapt to climate change. So all in all, the climate MOU has started this year. I would like to emphasize maybe an important aspect that both the amount is not corresponding to the, of course, Turkey's needs in terms of achieving strong climate actions, but also the short-term timeline of the MOU is kind of squeezing, like pressing everyone. We need both from the public side and both from the public side and private sector side. We need good projects, robust projects that are prioritized by the government or by the decision makers, and that are readily available. In this sense, I could say that maybe projects that have robust feasibilities is quite critical. I would like to emphasize a bit about the bottlenecks that we are experiencing throughout the project or process, I may say. So it is quite critical that the projects that are taking international standards in terms of environmental and social impact assessment are quite key, and the readily available projects wherever possible are very, very valuable for the MOU development partners. Last point I would like to mention, I know that I have, I think, just 1 minute or 2 minutes, Nuri.
Less than 1 minute.
Last, I would like to emphasize, of course, the role of sustainable or green finance, and in this regard, green taxonomy is going to be quite critical. We are starting together with the Climate Change Office a new project where we will going to identify the potential users of a green taxonomy in Turkey, and we will also develop reporting guidelines and standards for the green taxonomy users in Turkey. And we hope that the results of this project, of course, combined with the other projects that are projects and initiatives led by the Climate Change Office, are going to help Turkey to attract more climate finance.
Great.
Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Zeren. And Nurşen Hanım, everybody talk about the private sector. I mean, Tuğba Hanım talk about the predictable signals to private sector when she described in one sentence on the long-term strategy. And Louisa highlighted the just transition part linked with the employment and the private sector part. So also Zeren already highlighted the private and public sector involvement. So how private sector approach can you describe in the LTC implementation? Over to you.
Thank you very much, Nuri Bey. First, I would like to thank you, Orhan Bey and Tuğba Hanım, for the very enlightening information, and thank you for UNDP for the invitation. Yes, I will try to how a business side is approaching to the LTC studies and process, and what are the expectations. In our country, we experience an ever stronger impact of climate change in the ecosystem and in all segments of our life and business. Many valuable reports until now have been focused on climate crisis, many of them presented here in the margins of the COP27. All indicate that the next few decades are critical to avoid irreversible effects of the ecosystem. This compels us to internalize the principles of green economy in our business model. As one of the largest representatives of the Turkish business world, TÜSİAD positions the issue of combating climate change as a priority. We stress the need to address urgently to the climate crisis and transition towards a climate resilience economy in our country. With this understanding, we emphasize the need for a concrete roadmap which is grounded in science, ensuring policy coherence, consistency, and holistic approach with carbon neutral targets. The business world is highly aware of the level and effects of climate crisis. We have experienced that strong public policies accelerate green transformation in our country. We see that strategic plans of the companies are being focused more on green transformation aspects. Energy and resource efficient business models are among the investment priorities. SBTI, ESG criteria are being more internalized. Sectorial associations are more focused on green agenda. In this regard, we consider the long-term strategy for 2053 as the policy framework for the decarbonization of the economy. That's quite important for us. This strategy should be accompanied by a tangible action plan with a clear time frame, and it should comply all the action plans and strategies produced in this process. It should define all legislative, administrative, and financial measures and actions to be taken for the net zero by 2053. Comprehensive and integrated sectorial strategies for mitigation and adaptation are also essential for the successful achievement of the targets. It should be a base for the ambitious actions which will be part of the NDCs. Efficient monitoring mechanisms set in synergy with all relevant stakeholders are also fundamental. Such a long-term strategy and accompanying action plans would further improve the aspects of predictability in investment environments. Comprehensiveness of the strategy would guide the strategies and investments plans of the business. At the end, this would give impetus to green transformation speed in our country. Given that sustainability is one of the main elements of the competitive advantages of the new economy, long-term strategy should be progressive as well. It should be comprised of well-defined policy steps that will strengthen our position in global supply chains shaped on the axis of sustainability. This would also attract green investments
to the country and contribute to the strengthening and diversification of sustainable finance mechanisms, including access to concessional funds. Digital technologies are going to play an important role in traceability of environmental footprint and in energy and resource efficiency. That's quite critical for the country. This potential shows us that digitalization should be intertwined with green transformation, and the long-term strategy should also include required measures for the effective adaptation of these technologies in the process. SMEs are important elements of the economy, and the achievement of net zero targets requires transformation in the entire supply chain. In this framework, one of the most challenging elements in this process will be the simultaneous transformation of SMEs. In this regard, inclusion of well-defined public support mechanisms for the transition of SMEs in the strategy is critical. Long-term energy transformation is the backbone of the net zero emission pathway. This transformation is not only related with the energy sector itself, but with the wide range of sectors such as industry, construction, transportation. In this regard, strategy should be based on sectorial assessments, aiming complementarity and integrity of all relevant policies, including maximum use of renewable energy and energy efficiency potential, new technologies, storage technologies, new energy sources, hydrogen, and of course, just transition. Another fundamental component for the achievement of net zero emission target will be measures to increase carbon sequestration capacity. Innovative and bold policies for the forestry sector and land use practices need to be integrated into this strategy. Achievement of net zero needs effective integration of technologies into business models. So, innovation and R&D related support mechanisms for technology development are expected to be indispensable parts of the strategy. Last but not the least, incentives and public support mechanisms, including green public procurement, should be reviewed and redesigned to contribute effectively to the net zero journey of the country. In addition, allocation of revenues generated from carbon pricing to green investments of the private sector will be crucial. Achievement of climate targets requires coherent policy framework and strong synergy among public institutions, business, academia, NGOs, MDBs, all parties. All elements of the strategy should be internalized by all line institutions and implemented with determination. Content of the strategy should pave the way to the ambitious climate targets to contribute to the global climate efforts as a developing country. Clear pathway framed by coherent public policies would encourage business to make necessary investments in a timely manner and be pioneers of transformation. Let me conclude by expressing my gratitude for giving us the opportunity to express our views on this very strategic subject. And I would like to thank all the audience who are with us and in the Turkey's pavilion and who are joined through the online. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Nurşen Hanım. I mean, it's really great. And you also remind us the transition in scale with the SMEs and also the supply chain. And actually, it is really great to hear from the private sector, NGO as TÜSİAD, that the readiness and willingness of private sector for the change is really great. And I would like to give floor to Gian Piero Nagy from the EBRD. So I think it would be very interesting to hear the perspective of EBRD and how you actually hear this transition requests and what is the current status from your point of view.
Thank you very much for, first of all, for inviting me and also to be able to represent EBRD. And also let me congratulate in advance about the announcement today about the new NDC. I think it's a testament of the leadership of Turkey in this area. So let me first give a sense of why this is important for a multilateral financial institution like the EBRD. We see the LTS, the NDC, but very much the sectoral decarbonization pathways and also the subnational decarbonization pathway as a part of a process, as a part of an ecosystem, which actually gives clear policy orientations and also market signals. I think you mentioned that before. This has multiple advantages. We are living in a situation where business as usual doesn't exist. So the market, the financial sector, the investors, they need a strong orientation. They need the instruments where actually the development model of the countries are reflected and are understood. And also they need the tools and the instruments that allow the integration of multiple objectives. I think previous speakers talk about just transition, climate adaptation, of course, biodiversity requirements. But the importance of the integration of these different tools is also about looking at the cost and benefits of different solutions and different scenarios, looking at the trade-offs. Again, as an investor, I want to understand how the market is going to evolve, because that's the way to understand risk and price finance accordingly. A second dimension that we would like to introduce is, we talk a lot about finance here at the COP, right? Not so much about investments and projects, but ultimately, finance, is not a problem as such. Last year, the G funds announced how many? $165 trillion available for finance. But actually, what about the projects? And that's the role of the connectors. The LTS provide a strong orientation, the NDC, the 5-year cycle, but then the connectors are the sectoral low carbon pathways, are the subnational work. And that's where you create the link between the investments and the finance. At EBRD, we've been quite active in this space. We're working with the Ministry of Industry on 4 decarbonization pathways in the industrial sector, which are part of our commitments under the MOU. So it's about the steel sector, aluminum, cement, and nitrogen fertilizers. But we're also working very much at the subnational level. We're working with Izmir, with Istanbul, with Ankara, with Gaziantep, hopefully soon with Bursa, to develop the investment platforms that create these connections. The final point I want to make is about the role of this work also to create ongoing partnership and alliances. This is very important for the financial sector because we need to understand what are the agreed directions of travel that the sector are undertaking, and we want to also be involved in this the decision-making process, be involved in understanding what are the priorities and how the investment needs are defined and what are the implementation mechanisms for implementing low carbon and climate resilience investments. And the final point I want to make, we also are a strong believer that this work and these platforms can provide the scope and the room to do financial innovation, or at least to provide the room to come up with new financial products. And one example we are currently working in Turkey is about using the work we do at subnational level to provide the link with the capital market. So creating green bonds, climate resilience bonds with a very strong focus on municipalities. So again, this is important for the financial sector, but it's also a way to create a supply of projects, to identify and eliminate the bottlenecks, and to create the policy enablers that allow projects actually to be identified and promoted. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much, Gianpiero. And we are out of time, yes, but one of the key issues, everybody's talking about how, everybody's talking about just transition, but we always forget about the education. So we think youth for future, but actually youth are here for today too. So I would like to ask Burcu, so long-term strategy, youth, education, it is mind-blowing. Please link them up.
Thank you, Nuri. Thank you so much for the opportunity and giving a place for the education in these hard discussions and ambitions. As you mentioned, business as usual cannot exist for education at all, and education cannot put aside in all the strong discussions that has been going on for years and for this conference as well. Children, youth, but also teachers, CSOs working in the field of education are key stakeholders in all of this discussion. You name it: finance, biodiversity requirements, infrastructures, migration, you name it, really, all gender, agriculture, all these discussions, education should be at the heart of it, as actually UNESCO's director mentioned at the very beginning of this conference. it's at the heart of all the discussions. And these stakeholders in the education field are their active and meaningful participation in not only national communications, as most actually think that education is known for the national communications, but also NDCs and LTCs. There is now a really great framework of ACE, Action for Climate Empowerment, and all of the UN actually organizations are part of the UN Alliance on ACE. And there are 6 elements of it which are very critical for these discussions, namely formal education, non-formal training, public awareness, public access to information, public participation, and international cooperation. And they are all in line with the Article 12 of Paris Agreement. While education enables, it is critical because it enables people to understand the causes and consequences, and also help them to make informed decisions and take appropriate actions that we all discussed here and previously, and we will further discuss later on. And training, non-formal training, is also important. When we think of education, please do not consider only formal education. In the municipalities all around you, for all the ages actually, training provides core technical and soft skills, advanced knowledge needed to support the green transition that we seek for, not only for long term, but mid-term and today as well, actually. Public awareness campaigns obviously engage communities and individuals in common efforts. And access to information, that is really critical, that provides people with the tools that are necessary. They need for an active role in this path that we all take. Public participation ensures ownership, and international cooperation is really critical to strengthen all the 5 elements that we mentioned. Currently, there are many efforts going on in international and national, and it is critical for countries like Turkey, all countries actually, to have not only action for climate empowerment strategies, but also put ACE in LTS, NDCs, and national communication. Turkey, for example, Turkey is running, they have, the Ministry of National Education has now shared action plan for climate change, which is critical, which takes the discussions out of curriculum only. So it includes infrastructures, it also includes lifelong learning, etc., building management, you name it. So for all these, ACE and education is critical and should be at the heart of it, not only for its own strategy, but also as part of integration in other strategies. Thank you so much.
Great, thank you very much, Burcu. So just to wrap up in 1 minute, so we know what to do, when to do, and we know why we are doing this, and what, who are the people to do this. But the question is how to do this, and how we will make sure it is fair and it is also quick. So thank you very much for all the participants, and hopefully tomorrow we will hear an ambitious and credible NDC. Thank you.
Evet. Hoş geldiniz.
Merhaba, merhaba.
Merhaba Sayın Rektörüm, hoş geldiniz.
Bulduk.
Birazdan başlıyoruz.
Tabii.
Ben biraz moderasyon yapacağım. Konuşmadığı zaman karşı tarafın mikrofonu kapatmasında arada çok olarak söylersiniz. Ben söyleyemedim. Hocam konuşulmadığı zaman mikrofonu kapatıyorsunuz zaten. Siz,
Hay hay.
tamam.
Biz İngilizce yapıyoruz değil mi hocam?
Evet, İngilizce. Evet hocam.
Tamam. Sessize alıyorum o zaman. Kapatıyorum şimdi.
Şimdi alın, ben biraz giriş yapacağım. Sonra size söz
Tamam.
vereceğim. Sonra ben tekrar alıp sonra da arkadaşımıza vereceğim. Hollanda Yenilenebilir Enerji Birliği'nden arkadaşımıza. Okay. Good afternoon. Now we are going to start our side event of Beykent University. The speakers will be our rector, Professor Dr. Ali Murat Ferman, and also Carol Olson from Eurosolar Netherlands. So with this transition, we are talking about a transition. Mainly, the main reason is the destruction, externalities of energy consumption and production. We know that in 1952, in 3 nights in London, 4,500 people to 12,000 died in 3 nights because of the coal combustion in the city. And that's the point where human beings started to use petroleum. But this was 1970, we had the petroleum crisis. So we had always externalities, starting with coal, then with petroleum, now natural gas. And so these externalities kind of forced the countries to look forward what to do with the technologies, new technologies. It was 1973, nuclear was practiced. The waste heat from nuclear reactors, which are producing nuclear weapon material, but this didn't work also. Beginning with 1978, we have noticed that due to its expensive storage problems and the people opposing to something which they need to be protected around them. So these were the factors. In 1976, we have seen that industrialized countries, OECD countries, established International Energy Agency and started the technology agreements between OECD countries to develop the new technologies in 5 lines. One is clean coal technologies. The second one is renewable energy technologies and safe nuclear and energy efficiency. And the 5th one is long-term energy strategic modeling, energy technology system analysis, which is a good tool to plan the future with the technologies of the future. So from these, clean coal technologies didn't work. That's why we are trying to teach our students externalities of energy production and consumption. This was done in 1980s, in 1993s, in European projects, externe, and as a result, Europe started to switch to renewables. The transition justification started in 1993 with Olaf Hochmeier and David Pierce and Ece Özdemiroğlu, which is our friend from Turkey. So this was the turning point, but this happened in 1980 in USA when 5 million people died because of coal combustion, every year 25,000. We heard the Clean Energy Act in California, and they have started to support the renewable energy utilization with tax credit, etc. So this transition started in 1980 in USA and in 1993 in Europe. So with this, we see that renewable energy is being supported and taking into consideration of these externalities, which is not still yet calculated in some countries. And when we reach 2015 Paris Agreement, it was clear that renewable energy is the cheapest compared with electricity production, basically. And after that, European countries started to really push that forward. In 2019, we see that the new Commission, with the leaderships of a woman, decided that European Green Deal, which is targeting 2050. So this is important. This needs innovations. That needs university people, research people to be more active. And the research funds to go to research innovations. So far we have identified about 30 innovations by International Renewable Energy Agency. And that's why the quality and capacity of university researchers, research institutes are very important. So that's why we have tried to organize this session, and we would like to talk about the role of universities in this energy transition. Energy transition is something, and now with this European missions of 100 cities, which we did speak early in the morning, two cities in Turkey, Istanbul and Izmir, are selected to be one of those cities, and also adaptation mission and craft mission. These are the things universities and cities decided to be a part of this European transition in Turkey. And of course, it's also important to municipalities' relations and interactions with the universities. So our university, with the permission or decision of our university executive committee under the leadership of our rector, we are doing this, our contribution to Bodrum and Izmir municipalities, and also trying to be updated and in line with this European transition, which we believe that Europe will be a part of this future Europe. Now I want to give the word to our rector, Professor Dr. Murat Ferman, to make his contribution. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Greetings from Istanbul. I wish I would be there in person. However, official work did not permit me to be with you in person. So thanks to the technology, we are together in during this panel. Dr. Uyar, thanks a lot for the reminder. It was a brief and concise kind of a history in a nutshell of why we have come to the renewable energy and why we have entities such as the European projects or goals dating to the future, so on and so forth. Well, of course, we are living in quite complicated times. And I have to say that those are not necessarily the best of the times. The great Charles Dickens once written, it was the best of the times and the worst of the times. Maybe the same observation is applicable or can be applied to the dynamics that we have been experiencing in the recent past. And of course, our future, as if you look at the situation from the global point of view, does not seem to be very bright, especially from economical point of view. As a matter of fact, just days ago, during the end of the year joint meetings of the World Bank and IMF, it clearly stated that this anti-growth, unfortunately, inflation-friendly economic conjuncture and trends will be prevailed till 2026. So we are not going to enjoy a nice and, as they say, sunny weather. Quite contrary, harsh conditions and rising seas are waiting for us. However, of course, we always apply to the basic principle of cautious optimism. And I guess when you apply that philosophy, issues about environment and climate and all other kind of agenda really becomes a priority. From the very beginning, I have been a firm believer in the concept of sustainability. As a professor of business economics and management, I've had a good chance to be initiated or to become aware of these rising concepts all the way from total quality to sustainability many years ago. Been in this profession nearly for 40 years, and I'm happy to say that there has been maybe one or two other concepts or way of thinking, such as sustainability, which has really kind of mesmerized me or kind of put me in their awe, because I believe that once and when you do not only become or you do not become aware of or increase your awareness of sustainability, once and when you become a disciple or a firm believer in that sustainability concept, then everything will be much more easy and much more smoother. So from the very beginning, I must say that I have been trying to install this idea during my lectures, during my articles, during my broadcasting and my podcasts, my radio shows, so on and so forth. But apart from that, I'm here today to talk about what we have been doing in a rather large-size institution, which is based, a higher education institution, which is based in Istanbul. Istanbul covers a west area with a population of 16 million people. It's one of the largest metropolitan cities in the world. It's the only city where East meets West, two continents come together, and Bosphorus Strait, which really separates Europe from Asia. But of course, we feel ourselves both European and Asian. As a matter of fact, we do not care to think about it that much. However, living in one of the biggest cities in the modern world really raises and brings some challenges. And one of, course, is to increase the awareness, at least of the population, regarding those topics that are subject of our symposium today. And I must say that we really try to increase awareness of our students during their studies with us here in this university. This is a city university based in the European part of Istanbul. We have 5 different campuses, and we do have nearly 30,000 students. A full-fledged university with colleges of medicine, dentistry, law, and all others. Our university stands a good chance for addressing students of different disciplines and orientations. Therefore, what we need to do is we kind of believe that as we spend our time and energy and sources to make our students such as computer literate, we would like them to graduate from our institution as climate and environment literate. That is all to do with increasing the awareness in that field. That's why with my provost and the strategic planning committee, starting a couple years ago, I have asked them to look the ways and means of installing the concept of sustainability in each and every course in our curriculum. Well, courses, every semester we open up 5,000, nearly 5,000 different sessions. We have nearly 1,500 different courses in our curriculum. Therefore, all the way from engineering to the arts, or from basic issues such as calligraphy and printing, all the way to construction management, we have been trying to explore the ways and means of making our curriculum much more sustainable friendly. As a matter of fact, more than that, sustainability should become the core concept of our studies of different orientation and classification. So we have gained some mileage on that department, but we still try to do our best. And of course, in order to increase the awareness of our students, we give a lot of priority to student club and student participated activities. In the last 2 years, we have had more than 1,400 different activities, all the way from workshops to the international seminars with student participation under the guidance of our faculty and the club advisors. Some of them have to do trying to give and install and update the basic notions of that genre. For example, environmental change and climate change, the European way of thinking over climate and 2030 goals, agenda, so on and so forth. Sustainable textiles, sustainable nutrition, zero disposal, and all the way of this disposal management. Some of the titles that I would like to share with you. 3 years ago, we have started a student-run international sustainability conference. This year, we have taken care of the third sustainability conference, international conference, with the participation of from different universities, both faculty and student bodies. We also have many workshops under the guidance of our Center for European Studies, basically trying to increase the awareness of European agenda on those matters. We also have and try to improve our ethics classes. Of course, engineering students and students of all disciplines are required to take some credit of ethics course, and in those different designs, for example, ethics for engineers, ethics for social sciences. We try to increase the portion of climate and environmental protection, as well as 2030 agendas and other ways and means of becoming responsible citizens of tomorrow. We also have some on-field studies, again under the guidance and leadership of our faculty. We have some on-site projects taken care of. One of them is about Gönen, a small provincial town, a very pretty place, which is called as the town which is kind of enhanced by the water. It is our third year that our people from economics department, as well as civil engineering, architecture, and history departments, they come together and they put together a joint project of some of the problems in coordination with the municipalities. So in addition to our direct consultancy to grand municipalities of Istanbul and Izmir and Bodrum, we also take this as our pet project, and we take a great pleasure from that because it has already become like a signature project for our university. We also have some understanding and agreements signed with leading companies in Turkey, all the way from textiles to steel and ore production, to jointly take care of, in order to jointly taking care of projects on environmental protection and climate-related issues. Of course, with pioneering insight from our faculty, we have adopted some new courses into our curriculum. Not only we try to really update and give much more emphasis to the topics such as sustainability or environmental protection into our existing curriculum, we have adopted some brand new courses into our curriculum, such as climate change mitigation and adaptation, externalities of energy production and consumption, renewable energy systems and technologies. And we have increased our support for international organizations and international organizations' activities, especially in the renewable energy area. This year, in coming, we will be hosting IRONEC 2023 conference, and we are eagerly expecting that event. We also, in our meetings with the graduate faculty, we try to encourage them to guide our students in writing their dissertations and graduating thesis on the related matters. I myself have 3 different doctoral dissertations completed on renewable energy, sustainability and climate, and the managerial implications of environmental protection in the past 5 years. So we try to this topic or matter as an ongoing process. We are aware of the fact that universities do not have the magical key or the total solution. Those days are all already gone, I must be afraid to tell you so, but universities now are adapting a much more dynamic and pioneering role. And if that is the case, then we hope that with all of our multifaceted and varied multidimensional approach to those matters, we try to do our best. And of course, the last but not the least, I must say that we also have taken care of environmental protection related issues and recycling management on our campuses. We have received our green certificate from our government. We are in the last stage of receiving international certificate for a green campus. Of course, this has been a challenge for us because we are based in, we are an inner city university, and you can imagine that we are just like Columbia University in city of New York, right in the heart of the this magnificent city of Istanbul. So there are some peculiar challenges and some problems when and if you would like to become the recipient of the Green Campus certificate. However, we are trying to do our best, and I believe that we are only a couple months shy away of receiving that internationally sanctioned certificate. And this will also give us that advantage because, as they say, the proof is in the pudding. Universities are always blamed of only talking but not doing enough. So hopefully the certificates such as those or the documents such as those will help us to really present ourselves in much more practical and respectable way in the eyes of industry and society, because ladies and gentlemen, the time has come for universities to stop only talking, but also taking action. And which field is much more ready and ripe for action? Of course, climate and environmental areas. So once again, I would like to extend my thanks to the opportunity and to the parties who have invited us to this COP27. And I hope that the findings and the results of this giant come together, an honorable standing against all these challenges will bear many sweet fruits. Thanks a lot indeed. Cheers.
Thank you. Thank you very much, dear Professor Murat Karman. Thanks for your contribution. Now, as we know, now the problem is in the cities, and we need to solve the problem in cities. So for this transition, European missions for 112 cities are announced, and those cities show their willingness to be climate neutral by 2030. In Turkey, we have two cities, Istanbul and Izmir, about this. And we, as our university, trying to contribute to Izmir with our capacity. So far, we developed for contributing this process. So when the cities and other stakeholders in the cities, municipalities, are asked to be together, work together by the citizens for the city. So that's the mission's prerequisites. So this asks the university professors or researchers to update themselves and try to define the problems of today and find solutions of today. I remember this was about 13 years ago, Renewable Energy Association of Europe, which I am also part of this from the beginning. And now we are organizing this international 100% renewable energy conference in Istanbul, the 13th time as Renewable Energy Association Eurosolar Turkey. So it was 14 years ago. since 13, 14 years, we are promoting 100% renewable energy as Eurosolar. We have about 13, 14 sections of overall Europe. And we asked the United Nations Assembly through German Parliament to establish International Renewable Energy Agency in the United Nations. This was the initiative of Eurosolar Bonn, which together we are part of it. Our friend is from Eurosolar Netherlands. And at that time, we have also initiated a conference as Eurosolar Bonn, International Renewable Energy Storage Conference, because we knew that without storage, 100% renewable energy was not possible. So this is the international initiative we have taken so far. And now I want to give the words to our Eurosolar Netherlands, Carol Olsen, to attend us and show their experience in Netherlands for activating the research universities, because Netherlands has already done so far. I know that my Dutch friends are talking about when they were primary school students, they were learning about sustainability. So starting from this, now everything fits together for this European target of European Green Deal and the earlier target of 2030 climate neutral cities. Please, the floor is yours.
So I want to thank Professor Taneguyar for inviting me here. He is a prime mover and shaker for renewable energy, and I have a lot of admiration for the IRENIC conference, which I was able to watch online last year. So my name is Carol Olsen. I'm the co-chair of a new section of Eurosolar in the Netherlands. I was asked to talk to you a bit today about the role of the universities in the energy transition in the Netherlands. Here's the outline. I'm going to tell you a bit about the Green Deal research and innovation frameworks in the Netherlands, and I will refer a bit to the European Union for that. The new framework is all about missions, as Professor Uyar has just mentioned. I'll show you a little bit about the funding and give some observations that transition scholars have recently made. And then I'll give you some examples of some projects that are now going on in the Netherlands. So the Green Deal Research and Innovation Framework is a mission-driven framework. It takes the form of Horizon Europe, and Horizon Europe is one component of the Green New Deal. You can see the European Commission President von der Leyen announcing the new Green Deal up there in 2019, the same year that the Dutch then State Secretary announced the mission-driven top sector and innovation policy in the Netherlands. So these missions, the Dutch missions, are very aligned with the EU missions. The Dutch has actually 25 missions that fall into 4 themes, and the Horizon Europe has 5 moonshot missions. They're very parallel. In fact, they often overlap, but this is not unusual considering that the Green New Deal is really trying to bring all of Europe in line with the Paris Agreement, and the Dutch research framework is bringing the Netherlands in line with the climate agreement, which went into Dutch law in 2019, which aims to bring the Netherlands in line with the climate, with the Paris Agreement. So this new framework of missions has actually garnered a lot of support. You can see in
The 2020-2023 framework here is about 4.9 billion. The previous top sector funding was 2.4 billion. That was in the 2019 era. Just to give you some context, this 2.4 billion is a portion of the total funding that the Netherlands puts out every year. It's about almost 18 billion. This includes defense and many other topics. It's just for perspective. But the new framework was double the previous framework funding. So before I tell you about how this new framework was implemented, I want to give you a little bit of context. So how did it work after World War II? At that time, research at universities and research institutes were publicly funded, and they, in collaboration with the government, decided the direction they went in, and they administered it. The policy was only focused on trying to bring in corporate research. The idea there was that they didn't want the corporations to free ride on government research. So they were addressing a market failure, and these policies were bringing corporations in to apply the government research into products to encourage mass consumption and production in this is the social uptake phase, the economic and social uptake phase of commercialization. And then the goal was actually to, increase the economy. So in the 80s and 90s, we came into a more neoliberal era in which corporations and universities were really supposed to make it all happen. And the government was there in the backseat as a funder of last resort. And in 2011, in the Netherlands, this was a top sector innovation policy which was introduced, in which there was a triple helix. They talk about government, universities, and corporations working together. But again, the governments were more or less in the back seat in this. And the commercialization of social uptake, the economic uptake phase, was actually also addressed by trying to encourage more entrepreneurs. And the final goal was not only economic growth, but it was trying to make the country more internationally competitive. And in both of these phases, you have the externalities that Professor Yart referred to earlier. The pollution after mass consumption and production, you have a lot of pollution produced. So, but in the top sector innovation funding, there is more responsible research measures taken, but the total line of economic development is not addressed. Now we have the 2019 mission-oriented top sector and innovation policy. So I want to just stop here for a moment, and before I go in to show you how it was implemented, I want to give you the vision of mission-oriented research. And this vision primarily comes from an economist whose name is Mariana Mazzucato. She is a professor at UCL in London, and she was the consulting economist to the European Union in setting up Horizon Europe. And she has a progressive view. She reflects on the failures of the previous decades when governments really took a back seat. She talks about inactive governments, too much privatization, which actually made losses for taxpayers, and too much deregulation. And she talks about finance funding finance, so that this short-term horizon for finance, and where the goal is really to bring the rewards back to the shareholders of the finance companies means that less finance has gone into the real economy in the last years. She also talks about the wicked challenge of the climate emergency, which is a systemic set of challenges which need to be aligned with each other. And so she brings in the metaphor of a moonshot mission. And she says, look at Apollo 11. She said every mission needs to have a very clear goal. Go to the moon, send a man to the moon, bring him back safely, and do it in 10 years. A very clear, ambitious, and urgent goal. This mission also succeeded because it had a problem-oriented approach. And so by starting with the problem and working out from there, like many research projects do, you create a lot of experimentation and you allow that room for that experimentation. It's not as if there's a room full of corporations, each with a solution that somehow you have to knit together. Because with a systemic problem like the one going to the moon, when you don't have the technology, you have to start with the problem, you have to experiment, and she points out that the NASA managers had no intermediary consultancies. It was so important, if you want to have a whole system with a bunch of said systems working, and you've got a lot of consulting contractors, that you need to have the content information travel both horizontally and vertically along the chain of command. So she says governments can lead and shape markets. In the case of NASA, they had the autonomy, the budget, and the mandate to contract with whoever they felt was needed to move towards the solution of the problem. And in this way, they co-shaped markets. So using public financing, if government is the funder of first resort, that stimulates more money to come in to these solutions instead of being the funder of last resort. And finally, for just like, I mean, if you look at this cartoon of the child looking up at the moon with his Apollo 11 toys and his poster of Apollo 11, Apollo 11 really captured the imagination of a lot of young people and a lot of people at that time. And for wicked problems like climate change, we need to harness social movements and citizen participation. These missions could capture the imagination of a lot of young people with a lot of energy. But she specifically says that, and government is a good host for this, because in order to create this citizen participation and engagement, there will have to be space for disagreement. So this is where we were. We had our policy frameworks right after World War II, and then we came in 2011 with the top sector innovation policy. And this has only just been recently implemented. So this is, let's say, the very first baby steps of this policy. But what they've done is basically taken the top sector policies with all in its entirety and just added a mission as the starting point. Now, this mission was these missions were decided upon through a broad consultation of society, and a mission team was established. But then all the subsequent steps actually have gone through the top sector framework. So, so there is at this point some confusion about the coordination of the policies. The other thing I want to point out is that, the other thing I want to point out is that the existing policies have not addressed the social uptake, commercial uptake of research. And the goal remains to increase international competitiveness. So transition scholars are observing this new research and innovation framework. And they are recommending that a greater number of government agencies actually take part in the mission, not only to steer the innovation teams, but also to create demand-centered policy. So that's the social uptake and commercial uptake phase to shape that more sustainably. They also I would say, they worry a bit about whether the problem is being taken seriously enough as the starting point. In other words, has enough room been created for experimentation based on the problem, the analysis of the problem, or has it just been when it goes into the top sectors with their players and their solutions, has it been knitted together from existing solutions? And they say there's a danger of doing that because you may just be taking the solutions from large corporations who dominate the top sector. They also advise that civil society participate from this time of the setting of the missions all the way through the evaluation of the missions. I think this is a very key point. If you take the promise of a mission as actually a way to transform society, that has to happen. And finally, there is a recommendation that missions be set into law as actually a social transformational tool. So I just want to give you 3 quick projects. These are, well, 2 25 million euro projects and 1 35 million euro project. 2 of them are actually coordinated by big corporations. One is Schiphol Airport, which is looking to change its ground mobility to hydrogen and electric, to make its control tower into a renewable energy hub, and to use sustainable airline fuel in some of its flights and make some very preliminary steps towards electric and hydrogen flight. We also look at the harbor of Rotterdam in the Magpie project, also doing infrastructure for electrification and carbon and capture and storage. And the third project is actually a Dutch government agency which will set up offshore wind in conjunction with floating solar off the shore of Belgium, and offshore wind in conjunction with wave energy offshore of Portugal. Lastly, I want to mention some universities that have really been lauded for their work on climate action. The Times Higher Education ranking system actually ranks universities all over the globe. And they have developed over the past few years a ranking for universities who do action on the Sustainable Development Goals. In 2022, Wageningen University was placed at 3rd place globally for its work on climate action, which includes meteorology and water research. And I also want to mention the Vrije Universiteit Amsterdam, which 2 years ago was 2nd place in the global rankings on climate action. And they are actually involved in research to measure greenhouse gas emissions. In other words, to close the gap between the state reported emissions and the science climate data, among other things. So to wind it up, the conclusions are that the Dutch mission-oriented framework has many similarities as the European framework. The funding for this mission framework was double than the last one. There's quite some enthusiasm over it. But we're still early days. Transition scholars warn that greater participation by the public and by more government agencies is necessary if these missions fulfill their promise as transformational tools. And finally, I'd like to mention that as Eurosolar Netherlands, we are involved in a research project in which we will try to bring in citizen participation into the learning communities of, so three learning communities, one for the solar supply chain, one for the hydrogen supply chain, and one for wind. So we are trying to take the challenge to help more citizen participation in the research. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, thank you very much. So other sections of Eurosolar also doing the similar things. Yeah, I think they are finished almost. As you see, in general, Europe is just updating. I mean, we could wait for the individual countries to improve themselves and get in line, but this European Green Deal and the missions are kindly forcing people for each city, by the people, for the city, what to do. And it's very important. And the acquis is changing, as you know, since June 2020, all the European acquis is changing now, or regulations are being updated with the reality of European Green Deal. So as universities, as also renewable energy associations and the municipalities, and cooperating together, I think we could make climate neutral cities for the future, and it's our duty. And thanks to our university rectors who are in that line doing this contribution, and hopefully we will succeed and do our best during our time of living. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, our rector, Professor Dr. Ali Ferman, and thank you to everybody. Thank you to the audience who spend their time to listen to us. Have a good afternoon, everybody. Thank you very much. dakika bekleyin mi? Success.
Teşekkür ediyoruz. Sıra var mı? Anons için devam ediyorum. Biz kamera. Can you keep it at the back? Back. Yes, back. Yes. Wait, okay.
Yeah, oh. Can you see this?
No.
I think you can.
Orayı biraz şöyle açsana. Aç. Heh. Kamerada sen 2 tane büyüttün. Okey.
Hayır.
Sizi şöyle oturdunuz. Kamerayı aldım. Ben size bir sandalye en rahat Mr. Andrei? Moderatör değilseniz, okay. Okay, it's good. Moderatör. Yes.
Hello, hello and welcome to everybody tonight. We're gonna try and speak over the party at the Brazilian delegation and the party at the AITA delegation. But we can do this because the subject that we're approaching today, it's a very important subject. Even they are partying over there, they should be here, but they don't know that. My name is Andrei Marcu. I'm the director of the European Roundtable on Climate Change and Sustainable Transition. You can ignore my badge for the moment. I have the pleasure of hosting this at the Turkish pavilion, and we want to thank the Turkish delegation and Orhan Solak personally for hosting us and allowing us access to the Turkish pavilion on this very important topic, which is an important topic for Turkey. So it's very much about the carbon border adjustment mechanism, a topic that many of you are familiar with, and a topic that is also in some way connected to the some of the discussion that we have here. My co-chair Daniel and myself come from a session on response measures under Article 415 of the Paris Agreement, where border carbon adjustment as CBAM is something that has been introduced by a number of parties. Now, the reason why we are discussing here because the European Union, when raising its level of ambition in dealing with climate change and reaching the Paris Agreement, has looked at means of ensuring that it's avoiding carbon leakage and addressing the risk of carbon leakage. Obviously, the impact of competitiveness increases the risk of carbon leakage, and the way this has been addressed in the EU for many years now, as in other jurisdictions, is through free allocation. That is coming to an end. It is less available as the curve goes down. So new ways of addressing the risk of carbon leakage have to be found. And that risk of carbon leakage is something that is not unimportant because, at least in Europe, what we want a decarbonized Europe, but not a deindustrialized Europe. It is an important topic. Currently, we are going in Europe through a energy crisis and an explosion in carbon and electricity prices that have affected many of the European heavy industry, energy-intensive industry. We've seen this in fertilizer. We've seen this in aluminum. Now, carbon prices is contributing to this crisis, this very difficult situation. It is not playing the main role, but nevertheless, as we are moving forward, the issue of carbon leakage as a result of an increasing carbon price in the EU is going to continue. The border carbon adjustment mechanism has been proposed by the European Commission. It now has gone through the whole process of legislative process for the EU with the composition in the Council, with the Parliament having decided its own position, and now we have entered in the trilogue, which is, for those of you that are less familiar with the European legislative process, is a kind of a reconciliation, kind of House-Senate reconciliation process in the US. Some of you may know that, but where the three European institutions come together and they have to reconcile their different positions and come up with a legislation. Now, at the end of this, the last piece seems to be something that we're heading towards in December. There are a number of pieces that need to come together. So this is a very opportune moment, and we have here our speakers include Gerasimos Thomas, who is the Director General of DG Taxud, which is the Director General that deals with the CBAM, among other topics. We have Mr. Orhan Solakos, the President of Climate in Turkey. Michael Melling, who is a professor at MIT and Strathclyde University, but also on the board of ERCSD. And we have one missing panelist, which is hobbling on his way here. He has been with us in the response measure meeting, and he got so excited that he sprained his ankle, so he's one to seek medical attention, but he assures me that he's hobbling on his way here. But before I continue, Orhan, I think this is in the end your invitation. I will invite you, please, to if you wish to say a few words of welcome, maybe to yeah, that's okay. Okay. So would you like to? Okay.
Thank you, Andre. Dear Mr. Gerasimos Thomas and Mr. Michael Merling and distinguished participants, first of all, I would like to welcome all of you. It is a pleasure to host you in our pavilion. And also my special thanks to Mr. Gerasimos Thomas for this valuable contribution for the event. It is our honor to host you in our pavilion, Mr. Thomas. Also, I would like to thank European Roundtable on Climate Change and Sustainable Transition for the organization of this event. We are in the second week of the negotiations, and there is a good atmosphere to find solutions for our world, for our future. We need to send a clear signal for the implementation phase of the Paris Agreement. As is known, Turkey ratified the Paris Agreement and announced net zero target by 2053, which is an important step towards combating climate change along with our green development goal. The parties are trying to put their contributions for tackling climate change according to their national circumstances. For the upcoming years, it is obvious that these national contributions may be discussed internationally since they may affect other nations. Today, we will talk about the European Union Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism, CBAM, here under the moderation of Mr. Andrei Marcu. Therefore, now I would like to give the floor to Mr. Marcu without further delay. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm sure you all have come here because this is a topic of great interest. Again, in Brussels at least, is a topic of the day for many. You know, there's this passion for the emission trading system and carbon pricing for many years that people was a topic that they love to hate. And now that has been supplanted by CBAM, which is fascinating because it's a new topic. We haven't seen a CBAM or a border carbon adjustment really in the world. Something that would come close would be California, that would have some kind of a semblance for electricity border carbon adjustment, but that's under the Interstate Commerce Clause, and it's a little bit different. There was a thought at some point of imposing a carbon adjustment on cement from Mexico, but they backtracked very quickly when they realized it was a federal matter, not a state matter. There have been a number of issues that have emerged and that will be of importance. As ERCSD, we have done work looking at the impact of a border carbon adjustment on a number of trading partners, and Turkey was one of those case studies that we looked, but we also looked at others like Morocco, like Vietnam, China, India, Thailand. And however, what I am forced to say at this point is that probably what I say is very fascinating, but you haven't come here to listen to me. I think the realization must be that you came here to listen to Gerasimos Thomas, who has a lot more authority to speak about this. Mr. Thomas has been quite active in these files for many, many years. I met him first as a Deputy Director General on DG NR. He was Minister of Energy in Greece, and probably many other functions that I frankly cannot recall at this point. But Gerasimos, if you will please give us your comments in your introduction. Would you wish to do it sitting or from here?
Coming up and down. So good afternoon. Thank you very much. Thank you for hosting us here. I think it's an important debate, and I want to thank ERCST for the work that you have done in this area. So if we go in the technicalities, I think you're better off reading the pages and pages and papers that we have produced, but also ERCST has produced and very good analysis on very specific subjects. I think I want to go back to the big picture that you painted. I think this is a common issue that we have, that as all countries around the world are moving to more climate ambition, they face new problems. And for the developed countries, one of the problems that they face, but it's not only Europe, is the US, it's Canada, it's South Korea, it's Japan. They face the problem, the potential risk of increased carbon leakage. There has not been, according to most studies, there has not been too much carbon leakage in the past, but the pace of acceleration of the climate ambition is providing the risk is increasing for carbon leakage, and then one has very carefully to assess how to deal with this. In Europe, as it was said in the introduction, the first thing that we do is we looked on how the free allowances have worked in the past, and they have worked well in two ways, both in, let's say, mitigating carbon leakage, but also in delivering lower emissions. If you know the ETS system, it started many years ago. It covered a lot of sectors, and now it covers very few sectors. It started, we had a much broader ETS free allowance system and now we are removing constantly, sectors from the free allowances, and we have now high energy intensive and some medium energy intensive sectors in that. And we are committed, I think that's the most important first step, we have committed to remove the free allowances, and the timing of this, it will be a significant reduction by 2030 and an exclusion of a lot of sectors after that. And then we look very carefully if there is a need, to do something else. And we decided to do an environmental measure by which we see that how it worked, the concept that we had by giving incentives to the private sector to green their production process. In Europe, it worked quite well. So we try to do the same for our importers. So it's a system. The carbon border adjustment mechanism is a mechanism by which we try to incentivize the producers, the companies. It's addressed to companies. It also addressed to countries. It addressed to companies, and it makes sure that the companies have incentives to have sustainable production methods, and therefore when they produce products with low carbon intensity, then they are able to provide products that are of good standard and equivalent standard to what we have in our economies. And it's a long-term positive investment for these companies. In the future, if you look in the next decade, beyond 2035, I think you will see that product regulation will develop and build around carbon content. So the carbon content methodology is something that it is central to CBAM. It is also central to regulations that will come up over the next decades around the world. You can see already in the US, nobody thinks of these issues in the US, but now with IRA, they put emphasis on carbon content methodologies, and they will design the tax credits on the basis of carbon content methodologies. So it's important to see that this is an issue that the problematic and the rationale around this instrument is the same all over the world. I think I'm particularly happy to have this discussion in the Turkish pavilion, because the sectors that we have announced to include in the carbon border adjustment mechanism steel, aluminum, cement, fertilizers, electricity. Most of them are areas where we have a big trade intensity with Turkey as a neighbor. You know, you have cement, you have aluminum, steel, and of course, post-war, this trade intensity might increase with the countries outside Russia and Belarus. So it's very important that we get it right, we give the right incentives, and I'm happy to hear and to read and to discuss in other fora that Turkey, as a result of these discussions in CBAM, they are reflecting on how to introduce some carbon pricing or green taxation measures. These are positive things for the cause that we are all here in COP27. And when it comes to carbon methodologies and how they integrate at the company level, we need to give time. That's why I think there is overall agreement in Europe, and the European Parliament, the Council, the Member States, as we agree that CBAM should be introduced after 26 or 27, so that we will have a transition period. We collect information from the trading, from the companies exporting things to Europe, and then we'll have a big review again. We will agree something now in December, but we will have a big review in 2025 based on the numbers, based on the incentives, how the methodology works, and then we will introduce gradually as of 26 on 27 over a long period. Our objective is to give predictability to the private sector who is doing investments. We do know that all companies have to make investments in one way or another to green, to make their investment, their production process more sustainable. We also know that CBAM has to be designed in a way that it's complementary to other instruments. All the IFIs, they look at sustainability criteria to give financing. If you have a new cement factory done in Turkey, it will probably get also financing from institutions like the BRD or the EIB or the World Bank. They will also have sustainability criteria. So overall, we are looking at CBAM as part of a broader package of measures, of policy instruments that will help and give incentives to the private sector to have sustainable production processes. So we have something that will start after a transition period of at least 3 years. It will gradually be introduced. We will focus the way on product, at the product level on carbon content, and this is a trend that it is developed and discussed internationally. It's also part of the core element of the Carbon Club. It's a core element of the work done by the OECD on carbon content, and therefore we will expand the sectors very gradually over time in cooperation with our partner countries. The last thing I would say, the methodology that we develop on measuring carbon content, we do it in a very open way. So we have invited in the technical group for carbon content methodology, we have invited not only, we don't do it only with the Commission and the Member States, but we have third countries, civil society, they all participate. It's a very transparent process in ensuring that the carbon content methodology is developed in a fair way and in a way that caters also for future regulation.
Well, thank you very much, Gerasimos. Clearly an outlining of a new instrument. It's quite clear the new instrument is something that will play an important role in the decarbonization of Europe. And Europe, as it was the case of the emission trading system, is trying something new. Nothing is perfect, but it's certainly something new. And it's now we are in the Turkish pavilion, and Turkey, of course, being, as Gerasimos mentioned, a very strong trading partner, especially in many of the energy-intensive areas, is watching quite closely and trying to put in place measures to ensure that its industry reacts in a positive way. Now, you have mentioned a number of things. Orhan will certainly go through some of other things that Turkey is thinking as it prepares for the day when it has to face this.
Thank you. Climate change, as already all of us know, that is a global concern. humanity. Every year we are facing with more serious consequences of climate change, and year by year we unfortunately more dramatical consequences we are facing. At this point, every effort and contribution to climate change takes importance. I don't use it. And also Turkey, already you know, last year our President Mr. Recep Tayyip Erdogan declared our 2053 net zero emission target, and Turkey ratified the Paris Agreement. These improvements are very important for Turkey. Being party of the agreement is not just on paper, of course. Turkey has accelerated its efforts in green transformation in the past few years. And to this end, our updated NDC will be announced by our minister tomorrow. In addition to this, we are preparing our long-term climate change strategy and action plan that will help Turkey to meet its targets in line with the Paris Agreement. And we are hoping to finalize our long-term strategy by next year also. And also about CBAM, of course, for Turkey, what it means for Turkey. For sure, European Green Deal has brought a new global perspective to climate policy framework that no country could remain indifferent. CBAM is considered one of the major components of Fit for 55 package and aiming to channeling world trade to be more climate friendly. In particular to today's event subject, CBAM, I would like to raise some issues from Turkey's point of view. We closely, of course, follow up the progress on CBAM legislation. It seems that most of the technical and administrative details will be clear after adoption of the regulation, and we are following it closely. Of course, Turkey has a close relation with EU. Turkey is a candidate country since 1999, and EU is the largest trading partner of Turkey. In other words, about 40% of our total export was to EU members in 2021. Besides, Turkey and EU are parties of course, already you know, Customs Union Agreement since 1996, and CBAM is an encouraging tool for reduction of GHG emissions, but Turkey has also its own mitigation policy regardless of CBAM. What we are actions taking under CBAM regarding the studies of possible impact of CBAM, we can classify them into 5 main items. Green Deal Action Plan was published last year for Turkey, and 2 targets and 6 actions of the action plan is directly related with CBAM. Also, Turkey has held a climate council this year on February to determine the new roadmap in the fight against climate change. More than 1,000 participants from public institutions, private sector, universities, business world, and NGOs contribute to this council. Moreover, in our first climate council, it is decided to introduce a national emission trading system which would take into account CBAM calendar and EU ETS implementation. We take this decision under the Council. There are also some technical studies performed by EBRD and World Bank which have examined potential impacts of CBAM to Turkish economy. And also, high-level climate dialogue with European Commission is ongoing. We give our utmost attention to benefit from outputs of the dialogue, particularly for carbon pricing experience in EU. EU experience about on this issue, of course, it is very important for us. We need capacity building on this issue because it is very new issue for us and it is not easy to implement, of course. Also, I would like to talk about some figures, but on the slide, if you have, can you see it? That's okay. According to the European Commission proposal, the CBAM will initiate with 5 main carbon-intensive sectors, and there are additional proposals by European Parliament, but we will see the final decision soon, and we are waiting for it, of course. In order to prevent carbon leakage risk in EU, CBAM requires to implement same carbon pricing in EU ETS for imported products from third countries. To this end, draft CBAM regulation foresees that importers should be allowed to claim a reduction in the number of CBAM certificates to be surrendered corresponding to the carbon price already paid for those emissions in other jurisdictions. This means that when exporter countries should establish a carbon pricing instrument that may create a way to minimize CBAM effect on trading. As known, CBAM regulation is not finally adopted yet and it is still a draft. Therefore, with the scope of coverage and emissions timeline and some other details are not clear. This makes it a bit harder to take necessary actions for third countries effectively. MRV will be essential part of CBAM from production to consuming. Turkey has an EU-modeled MRV system functioning since 2015, and it is a very successful system. It is a good example for other countries maybe. We successfully implement this MRV system last 7 years. Our system is well developed and we are monitoring almost half of our GHG emissions in total. The scope of the MRV system covers industry and energy sectors. And about carbon pricing instruments support the mitigation efforts of GHG emissions in a cost-effective manner. Turkey is currently taking necessary steps to put a price to emissions from carbon-intensive sectors. Likewise, the EU, we are planning to do this via emission trading system with cap trade methodology. Our main intention to do so is threefold: reducing GHG emissions, supporting GHG mitigation projects, and enabling green transformation in the industry and establishment of low carbon pathways. For sure, providing just transition is crucial for the progress in order to have a steady and functioning carbon pricing. I would like to also specify carbon pricing instruments as a policy mix of Turkey. As I mentioned, emission trading system is our first priority. I will provide more information in the following. Nevertheless, implicit carbon pricing that currently implemented for use of fuels in Turkey has been examined by revenue administration in order to make them to explicit pricing. This study is important to use carbon pricing tools in a sound financial management for sectors. Of course, international cooperation, which is a part of Article 6, also is under consideration of Turkey. In the voluntary carbon markets, we have a communique that regulates the registration process of the project since 2013. On the basis for adaptation to new national and international conditions, we are planning to update the ecosystem. We are also working on a domestic crediting mechanism for the voluntary carbon markets and in relation to offsetting the ETS and net zero targets of the companies in Turkey. Regarding the ETS, Turkey developed capacity through various projects, particularly completed under PMR program of the World Bank. We have an MRV system functioning since 2015, as I mentioned, and which is mostly compliant with EU regulation. On the basis of an MRV system, we are planning to build ETS structure also. For the time being, climate law studies are ongoing and hopefully to be finished until the end of this year. And also it is important step for the ETS implementation. Our ETS will help to also contribute achieving mainly 3 sustainable development goals. And I would like to also talk about upcoming activities for ETS. As I said, climate law, we are working still, and after adoption of the law, we will focus on secondary legislation of the ETS. For sure, capacity building is crucial for smooth implementation of ETS. And in this context, we will benefit from PMI program, and also we have a project proposal under EU IPA program. Also, we have hoped to start pilot phase of ETS as of 2025 after making necessary design and infrastructure, and this is very big target for us to initiate this ETS by 2025. And ETS will be our cornerstone for carbon pricing and important mitigation tool for impacts of CBAM. Finally, I would like to share some closing remarks regarding CBAM. Turkey wishes to sustain free circulation of products within the customs union and improve cooperation with the European Union. We need capacity building support for European Union. This significantly benefits not only Turkish but also EU operators. Customs Union has established highly interlinked production processes between Turkey and EU, which makes collaboration essential in order to achieve green transformation and lower emission goals. Therefore, I would like to reiterate our request from the EU to initiate a constructive dialogue so as to achieve green transformation without harming the smooth functioning of the customs union and to ensure establishment of greener supply chains. As a customs union partner, Turkey will continue technical cooperation with the EU to ensure that the mechanism do not create obstacles to the free movement of goods in our customs union. And we would also like to contribute to other platforms of cooperation at international or multilateral level. We believe those platforms would lay a much needed ground to facilitate a dialogue among countries regarding different policy approaches on carbon pricing. And I would like to conclude my words. I would like to thank you for your attention. If any participant here would like to contact with us and request information about studies on carbon pricing, we are always ready to sharing information. And you can, if detailed information, you can send email. Can you see the previous, I think? Where is it? Okay. Carbon pricing at csp.gov.tr. Maybe you can write it. Öykü. Yazabilirsiniz oraya. Tamam. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Orhan. The presidency of climate change is quite active, and there's an enormous work program in Turkey, not only in the EU, but Turkey is also reacting very strongly. I'll go without much ado to Mike Milling, whom I introduced before. He is on the board of ERCST, but also active at MIT and at Strathclyde University.
Thank you, Andre. It's always a reminder of the privilege of working with you at ERCST and the great activities we have. And also thank you to the Turkish government for hosting us here. I had an opportunity to experience your hospitality in May at a workshop in Ankara and to see firsthand with what energy you're taking forward the domestic climate policy development. But a nice anecdote, when we just met each other before, I said, I know this guy. And it turns out we found out, yes, we had met, and it's really sort of the circle comes full. Closes here at an ICAP emissions trading course that is funded by the EU as an outreach activity on carbon pricing. So I cannot but think that that was a very wise investment by the EU because it builds bridges at a time where we now can surely use them. Another fantastic project is a project I want to speak a little bit about, and that's the ERCST project on border carbon adjustments in the EU, issues and options, which we've been working on for about 3 years now. So pretty much from the first day that Ursula von der Leyen in 2019 mentioned that this was going to be on the agenda of European policy development as part of the European Green Deal, we had already sort of structured a project to work on this. 3 years later, we have now published 7 reports. We've had dozens of workshops expert workshops, international town halls with public and private decision makers, with experts, with stakeholders. It's been a fascinating and really enriching opportunity to engage very directly with all these different constituencies affected by the CBAM and influencing the CBAM. And I think an unmistakable takeaway that we took from this engagement and from this opportunity to hear so many different views is that leakage, although in the past, still the evidence was mixed and the theoretical, at least, insights were not so decisively clear, leakage is becoming an issue. And as the pace and scale of European climate policy accelerates, it is really a concern across Europe, and astonishingly also when we engage with international stakeholders around the world. In developing countries, once they now start thinking about their own implementation of NDCs, leakage is also a concern for them. So we were surprised to hear that leakage, emissions leakage, spillover effects of climate ambition were not something that was limited to industrialized countries or jurisdictions like the EU. Tackling it with a border carbon adjustment as opposed to free allocation is the logical next step. It is a condition for the acceleration of decarbonization, the pace and scale, the ambition, and also to sustain the political support for this process. But it is hellishly complex. It is a fiendishly complex instrument. Our early report sort of broke it down, and I think the Commission has really had a lot of work in order to tackle and come up with what, though, on the record, we are on the record saying after the proposal was published in July last year, we found to be a very pragmatic, a very balanced compromise with a long timeline for adjustment, for developing the infrastructure, to allowing trade partners to learn the ropes and become participants in this mechanism. There are a few issues that subsequent reports we felt like maybe there could have been a bit more boldness, like on exports, for instance. And of course, the political debate on that topic is not concluded yet, and we'll all see what comes out of the trilogue, hopefully in a few months. I'll very briefly conclude by summarizing some takeaways of our two latest reports. The first one was on international cooperation. There has, of course, been a lot of excitement around the fact that, countries that are sort of decarbonizing rapidly, share concerns about emissions leakage. They can cooperate on carbon pricing, and they could potentially also make a border carbon adjustment a joint sort of something that they implement jointly as part of, for instance, a climate club. We looked at the history of cooperation on carbon pricing as a, if you like, an analogy to sort of help us understand how realistic are these ideas of trying to cooperate on border carbon adjustments in some kind of club setting or some other less than universal multilateral setting. And we found that if you look at carbon pricing and you come sort of from the original idea of having the ideal, typical, the perfect, which would be the first best solution of global carbon pricing, it was politically never possible, never going to happen. The fallback was then to think about advancing integration of carbon pricing systems through linking of carbon markets, for instance. This was sort of the declared goal of the European Commission about 12 years ago in some communications around the time of the Copenhagen summit in 2009. That too, however, has proven to be extremely difficult. We know that only one country has now linked its emissions trading system to the European emissions trading system after a decade of negotiations. And why? Because the stakeholder politics, the individual, the particular circumstances in every polity, in every jurisdiction are so unique. And other ideas like the World Bank's idea of network carbon markets to allow for more heterogeneity, again, they've not really taken off. So that led us to conclude this sort of snapshot or review of the history of carbon pricing cooperation, that it's probably not realistic to expect that there will be a club of a few industrialized nations that will share a common border carbon adjustment in the near future, and that it would make more sense and be more efficient to focus attention on something a little bit, let's say, higher level. Thinking about common principles, trying to agree on methodologies, for instance, on MRV, so that one doesn't have a patchwork as the US is contemplating border carbon adjustments, as the UK, as Canada, likewise think about border carbon adjustments, to avoid having, again, a patchwork of different approaches. Related to cooperation is the second thing. We were looking at the evolving context. All right. It feels to me like it's really loud, but I think I get sort of a reflection of the sound. Is it better now? Good. So the second project, the second report we came out with was looking at the changing circumstances. So just as the CBAM itself could not have happened without a set of circumstances converging and evolving at the same time some years ago, whether it's the Paris Agreement being in place, accelerating ambition on climate policy, trade policy becoming more confrontational after The US administration in particular started deploying tariffs. So all these things together sort of allowed the CBAM to come on the agenda. We also feel that since 2019, when it was first brought on the agenda, the context, the circumstances continue, of course, to change. Notably the energy crisis and the inflationary pressures that accompany it. The changing geopolitical landscape after the developments in Ukraine, which changes sort of the rationale and calculations of which alliances one wants to protect and foster and with whom one wants to cooperate. And finally, of course, likewise continued decarbonization, also happening in North America, but with a very, very different approach. With Inflation Reduction Act focusing not on sticks, not on pricing and constraints, but instead on offering carrots, on a massive investment package, subsidy-funded, taxpayer-funded. We feel like that these changes in circumstances will introduce new challenges and also potentially new tensions that have to be overcome. Cooperation will be key to do so, but I think that is the debate that stands before us in 2023 and beyond. We have the EU-US negotiations on some joint arrangement on global steel and aluminum. We have the G7 statement on climate club, although again, I don't expect that it will lead to a CBAM of any sort, but still it could be conducive. But I think that is what we will be working on next year and hopefully the next iteration of the project. Thank you.
I think that Peter, you're going to have to speak closer in the microphone just to make sure that the Brazilians can hear us. But last but not least is Peter Govindaswamy. He is a senior director in the Ministry of Trade of Singapore and the dean of the school of in the Ministry of Trade. But beyond that is somebody who is familiar with two interesting processes, the WTO process, but also the UNFCCC process. So actually what we need a lot, which hasn't happened or is probably more complicated, is that the real dialogue between these two communities, between the climate change UNFCCC community and the WTO community. Peter kind of encapsulates these two worlds.
Thank you, Andre. Thanks to the Turkish government for this event and for inviting me. So let me begin with 5 points which I believe all of us here can agree. I think the first point that all of us can agree that climate change is a clear and present issue for all of us. For small island city-states like Singapore, is existential. I think all of us can agree on that point. We can also agree, all of us here will also agree that all of us must adopt ambitious mitigation actions to meet the Paris Agreement's 1.5 degree goal. I think that's a point all of us here can agree. In the case of Singapore, last week, we submitted our long-term, long-emission development strategy to achieve net zero by 2050 and to peak our emissions before 2030. The third point that we all can agree is that carbon pricing is actually an efficient market instrument to send a price signal across the economy to mitigate climate change. I think that's a point that we all can agree, particularly in the case of Singapore, which is alternative energy disadvantage. Carbon pricing is one of the instruments that we have used, are continuing to use to meet our NDC targets. In Singapore, we also empathize with those countries which have carbon pricing schemes and who are contemplating BCAs to address legitimate economic competitiveness and leakage concerns. We empathize with that concerns because it's tied to ambition. But at the same time, I also want to highlight, and this is something that all of us can agree, we also need to listen to developing countries in the UNFCCC. Developing countries have consistently expressed genuine concerns on potential trade, economic and social impacts on BCAs on their exports. As some of you who have covered the WTO will know that even legitimate trade instruments like anti-dumping and safeguard measures have been abused. So we should be careful that even if there's a case for BCAs that is designed and applied in such a way that it does not create unnecessary trade barriers. So having highlighted these points of agreement, let me just go to my sharing proper.
It's not made in Singapore.
So, so having highlighted the potential 5 points of agreement, this raises a number of pertinent questions. So, first question, how can parties be incentivized, that's a key word, incentivized to raise climate ambition to support Paris Agreement's 1.5-degree goal through effective climate policies such as carbon pricing schemes. In Singapore's perspective, carbon pricing is an effective instrument. Second question, what is the scope for BCAs to address legitimate carbon leakage and economic competitiveness concerns? Third question, how can parties and WTO members ensure that BCAs are consistent with the principles and provisions of not only the WTO, but importantly, the principles and provisions of the UNFCCC? In my humble perspective, one approach through which we can actually try to marry all these complementing and competing considerations is to develop a set of multilaterally agreed guidelines with good practices to guide parties on the application of BCAs consistent with the UNFCCC and WTO principles. Let me just highlight, in my view, 5 potential good practices that should be in the guidelines. By no means exhaustive, these are just 5 points. First, the first good practice, it is imperative, in fact it is fundamental, that the design and application of BCAs must respect the principle of national circumstances and national determination. No two NDCs are identical. I think that's something that all of us know. Neither does the UNFCCC require parties to adopt the same mitigation measures to meet the NDC targets. The UNFCCC accords flexibility to parties to adopt mitigation measures suited to their specific situations. In the toolkit of mitigation measures, some parties have employed carbon pricing mechanisms. That's the case of Singapore. Others, energy efficiency measures. We have adopted energy efficiency measures and energy carbon standards, labeling, and so forth. And other parties, this is an important point. Other parties, particularly countries in our region, developing countries, have opted for sustainable development policies and actions. Till today, they do not have a carbon pricing scheme. So I want to just leave the proposition, the UNFCCC does not require parties to harmonize the choice of mitigation measures. Drawing from WTO parlance, mutual recognition should be the guiding principle as we try to marry the various competing interests. Second, the second good practice. With regard to carbon pricing schemes themselves, I think parties who are thinking of adopting BCAs must recognize the reality that partner countries' carbon tax might not be identical in terms of quantum of the tax, nor the modality of the implementation. I mentioned earlier that Singapore has a carbon tax. Actually, we have a scheme such that we are going to progressively raise it, and by 2030, our carbon tax will be about $50. That might not be the same quantum as other countries. So, is Singapore's export going to be penalized just because the quantum is different from countries adopting BCAs? Question mark. And okay, next is we also need to recognize that the modality of implementation may not be identical either. The third good practice. What if a country opts not to use carbon pricing schemes as part of its decarbonizing strategy, but rather energy efficiency and sustainable development policies and measures in accordance with the principle of national determination? Shouldn't such policies and measures be taken into account by trading partners? This brings the issue of the need to develop methodologies to establish equivalence between carbon pricing schemes and regulatory measures. So basically, there's no one size fits all. There's no silver bullet to meet mitigation targets. So the importance of having equivalence between pricing schemes and regulatory measures. The fourth point, parties should recognize and allow for the use of high environmental integrity carbon credits traded internationally through a well-regulated, transparent, and open trading platform. Countries meeting the NDCs through access to such credits should not be subject to BCAs. There's good reason why last year we adopted the outcomes from Article 6, which Andre is very familiar with. I think it's imperative that carbon credit arrangements adopted pursuant to Article 6 need to be recognized by countries adopting BCAs. Last but not least, the final point, this is an article of faith for everyone who have been in the WTO. Article 3.5 of the convention states very clearly that all of us must work to promote the supportive and open international economic system. So it is imperative for those adopting BCAs to ensure that their BCAs do not raise barriers to exports of developing countries. So it is through economic development that all of us can be effective in meeting the Paris Agreement's goal. Thank you very much. So the issue is not about whether carbon pricing is needed. The issue is not about whether BCAs are needed. The issues, but what solutions we need to bring these two things together. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. I think that we have a little bit of time for questions, if there's any question in the audience. And there's the microphone, which we hope works reasonably well. So if you go to this lady there and then the gentleman in the back, but if you want to very quickly introduce yourself and
Yeah.
try and keep the question short, please.
Yes, you know me. I'm from Turkey, Minister of Trade. My name is Necla Togrul. My question is about the CBAM. You can answer, all of you who is interested in. You know, after the releasing the draft proposal for the CBAM, we saw the free allocation is inconsistent with WTO. But the other issue is that the carbon pricing, carbon price support mechanism is also, it seems to be that inconsistent with WTO. My question is that, what do you think of what will be the final text of the European Commission next year, early next year? Will be like free allocation will be decreased, or the no carbon price support mechanism for indirect cost? So this is my question. Thank you.
And there's a question from the gentleman in the back. Let's try and keep it quick.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Yeah. If we have only a one-way CBAM that doesn't cover exports, do we still need free allowances, like partial free allowances, just for the export dimension? Thank you.
Very well. Thank you very much. I think Gerasimos, I suspect that most people want to hear the answers from you primarily.
Oh, thank you, and very good questions. And I want to thank also the fellow speakers for their comments. So I will try to cover also some of the points mentioned. And like, first of all, it's very positive that we have this development, as two of the targets of the updated NDC of Turkey are related to these issues. This is very encouraging. It shows how much Turkey is incorporating these considerations into the national policy. I think I also very much like the statements by Peter and Michael that it's not of the if, but of the how. So we need carbon pricing as an efficient instrument. It's not obligatory. I mean, for us from the EU, we do not also want to impose to everybody to have the carbon pricing, but we want to make everybody aware of the advantages of having a carbon pricing system as an efficient policy tool, that it is always every country, including in Europe, that we have a developed carbon pricing system. We also have other tools. We have regulation, we have taxation. So, you know, it's a complementary tool. I would say from the previous panelists, if I may say, the only thing that I disagree a little bit with Peter, the way he expressed it, is that there is regulation versus pricing, or it's always a little bit comes under this equivalence debate. We have and regulation and pricing. It's the reality. In most cases, we have a plethora of pricing tools. I think, I agree also very much with Michael in the way that he highlighted the challenges of international cooperation. It seems to me that you have given up on the linkage of ETS. I don't think it is true, because we do have a major neighbor now, the UK, that it is about to make this decision, so we will see. Don't give up about linking the ETS systems. I think we certainly do not propose a border, a BCA. You see, I am already using your term. I mean, BCAs and CBAMs are a bit the same thing, but with different names. And we don't want a one size fits all. We have designed the CBAM that it is simple and it's neutral on how you achieve low carbon content. I mean, I keep giving this example, you know, of cement factories in Turkey. So I abuse the country that I know best, as we say in Brussels, is Greece. Also, and as they are neighbors, no, I say that we import a lot of cement from Turkey and clinker, no. And where do you import? No, it's transport is important. So it's in the neighborhood. In Europe, needs a lot of cement. We will use the cement usage in Europe will grow in the coming years. All our energy efficient programs for the renovation of our buildings will use cement. So it's not a question that we will start producing vast new amounts of cement in Europe. We will a lot of it. There is room for everybody. A lot of it will come from the neighborhood, from Morocco when we visit Morocco, from Turkey. So the question is, there will be new investments in Turkey, and they have to be green investments. It's as simple. And then how it will be achieved, a low carbon content in every ton of cement coming to Europe. The CBAM is it's neutral. The first thing that we measure is carbon content, and our studies show, and you will see when we make the final regulation, that it is perfectly possible to achieve low carbon content without even taking the carbon pricing into account. It is possible to have installations that are efficient. They exist today as we speak. If you go and speak to the company CEOs, not to speak only to the governments, but companies are able to make low carbon content in these products that we discussed today. So I think, therefore, we do not have an instrument that puts an emphasis on the means, but it puts an emphasis on the outcome. And I think that is important. I think I agree with Peter that there has to be a possibility from different trading partners. It will be different, the fertilizers that are produced in Jordan than the fertilizers that are produced in Ukraine. And we need both. And I think that is a very important point, that it is sometimes missed in the technical discussions. So we need, and I think the new frontier that I want to add and imprint on all of you is the future will be designed around the carbon content methodologies that will be included in regulations, in CBAs or CBAMs as we call them in Europe, and how they work at the end of the process. We will not have in the beginning the CBAM, as Michael very well said, we have a very reasonable approach, having a long transition period. The transition period will only be collecting statistics for 3 years, 3.5 years. We will not have indirect emissions in the beginning of the phase. So in 2025, we'll review the situation to try to see if we have the necessary information to do indirect emissions. So, and that's the first part of the reply to you. The second is that free allocations, it is decided in another regulation, ETS regulation, but it will be substantially reduced. The Commission proposal is that free allocations will be reduced by 2/3 by 2030, by 2/3. So from what they are in the current environment, in the current plan, they will be reduced by 66% or even more. If the final agreement, it will be about being reduced more, not by reduced less. So there will be a significant reduction of free allocation that will come first in a step in 2026, and then with the linear path that has to be decided. And for the CBAM sectors, there will be an additional factor of faster reduction for the CBAM sectors. And the last comment I want to make, we have designed, and we will very much, both the Council and the Parliament insist that we have to remain WTO compatible. So the issue of exports, that it was the last question I have, is a very delicate question for the industry, but we will not be able, most probably, I cannot give the the final, let's say, the member states, the parliament have to decide, but I don't think there is room to have too much room to deal with the export issues via the CBAM. We have to remain WTO compatible. The sensitivity on let's say, giving the right incentives to our industries as to the industries of third countries to have sustainable production cannot be solved by this instrument. But of course, we have other instruments in Europe. When it comes to our partner countries, we have significant programs in less developed countries, developing countries that was mentioned by Peter. We give a vast amounts of support, financial support to LDCs, both as European Commission and member states, and greening the process. One by one, with the countries that have exports to the EU, we deal with them one by one to make sure that there is substantial financial investment to help them transport their ingot. Whether it is Mozambique, who exports a lot of aluminium to our countries, we give a lot of money to develop their renewable energies and link them to their aluminium production. Whether it is Morocco, whether it is Jordan, whether it is Turkey, whether it is Ukraine, our financial support to these countries is substantially bigger, but also targeted to these sectors that we want. And I think that is a very important component. It's not part of the same policy tool as some ask, but it is there and it is measurable. And I think it is a very important component to be kept in mind. And the same, we have systems to promote innovation in our countries.
Gerasimos, thank you very much for taking part in this discussion here today. I think that it is this discussion of CBAM and the last act that will take place in the trilogue is going to be part of the story. Of course, now there's the IRA in the United States, and there will be other initiatives. This will have to somehow come together and make sure that it's going to be a cooperative approach as opposed to an adversarial approach. But again, also one more thank you to Orhan and the government of Turkey, as well as to Peter and Michael. Peter, I hope your ankle is okay. You made it here hobbling on one foot. But again, I'm sure that some of you may have additional questions for Gerasimos. And with this, I'll stop because I think we have to stop the event at this time. Thank you very much all for participating.
Merhabalar. Sesimi duyuyorsanız kameralarınızı açabilir misiniz? Evet Doğancan Bey, siz açtınız. Şu an ben sizi duymuyorum. Bir şey konuşmanıza gerek yok. Dışarıya sesinizi vermemek için. Evet. Tamam. PC sesi verse. Merhabalar tekrardan. Tek tek birer kısa şeyler söylemenizi rica edebilir miyim? Merhaba gibi.
Merhaba.
Merhaba. Evet Doğancan Bey, şimdi siz konuşursanız biraz.
Şu anda geliyor mu sesim? Deneme.
Evet, benim sesim de size net geliyor mu? Biraz daha yüksek gelecek yayında. Şu an biraz kısık konuşuyorum.
Yani biraz böyle hafif bir cızırtı var ama sanırım o kadarcık olur diye düşünüyorum.
Evet, onu da yayında düzelteceğiz.
Evet, benim de geliyor değil mi? Sesim bir sorun yok herhalde.
Ben duyuyorum ama herhalde gidiyor onlara da hocam.
Tamamdır.
Ekran paylaşımı falan yapmamız gerekiyor mu denemek için?
Seslerinizi duydum. Şimdi sizden ricam mikrofonlarınız kapalı, kameralarınız açık bir şekilde beklemeniz. Program başladığında zaten hocamız sizi yönlendirecek. Hanginize konuşma sırası verirse o kişi mikrofonunu açarak ve sunum ekranını paylaşarak devam edebilir. Teşekkür ederim.
Ekran paylaşmamızı test etmeye gerek yok herhalde, değil mi?
Onu bilmiyorum hocam. Şükrü Bey sizsiniz değil mi? Sesiniz, yani sizin sesiniz geliyor. Duyan var mı beni?
Ben
Tamam.
duyuyorum ama Şükrü Bey yok herhalde.
Tanrı Hoca falan duyuyor mudur acaba şu anda?
Valla orada görüyorum onu ama şöyle ben mesela sen deneyebilirsin.
Ama
ekranda.
Hocam arka plandaki ekranda şu anda sizin görüntünüz yok. Başka bir görüntü var. O yüzden hani ben görüyorum sizin ekranınızı. Ama şeye gittiğini görmüyorum. Yukarıdaki kameradan.
Tamam o zaman herhalde gidiyordur. Sen görüyorsan demek ki çalışıyor.
Ben görüyorum. Mutlaka gidiyor. Ona ayarlar.
Tamamdır. Sorun yok demek ki.
Sorun çıkarsa da orada düzeltilir herhalde.
Evet. Egemen yok.
Egemen Hoca oradadır hocam.
Evet. I think it's good evening,
Egemen Hoca tabii.
So, now this final session of today is organized by Renewable Energy Association, Eurosolar Turkey. It's about combating climate change, efficient use of energy, energy planning, and the expansion of renewable energy. So, Eurosolar Turkey organized in about 15 different countries of Europe, and mainly the main body, decision-making body for Europe is in Bonn, Renewable Energy Association of Europe. So we are promoting 100% renewable energy since 15 to 20 years. And Renewable Energy Association of Turkey is also established in 2002. So we are during promotion, we have initiated the conferences, international 100% renewable energy conferences in Turkey, and targeting 100% renewable energy. We decided that without storage of renewable energy, reaching 100% renewable energy is not possible. So we have organized as Eurosolar Bonn international renewable energy storage conferences. So in each European country, we are promoting 100% renewable energy. But recently, it seems that what we have targeted 13, 14 years ago now became the normal of Europe with European Green Deal and European missions. So, in line with this, as Eurosolar Turkey, we are contributing with our members from different universities to the municipalities, and also developing decision support tools for reaching 100% renewable energy. So in this session, we will have 3 speakers, and one of them is Associate Professor Egemen Sulukan, and he will start. Then we have Engineer Doğan Beşikçi, and then Professor Dr. Hasan Heperkan. So first, I would like to invite Egemen Sulukan he will talk about energy system analysis and modeling efforts in line with the international regulations. As we know, the regulations in Europe also is being revised starting with June 2020 to be in line with the European Green Deal. The floor is yours, Mr. Sulukan.
Good evening, everyone. This is Associate Professor Dr. Egemen Sulukan from Istanbul, Turkey. I think I'm the most unlucky guy today's presenter. So my title is Energy Modeling Efforts in line with the international regulations, and I will give my presentation according to this outline, starting with the objective of these kind of studies, and then energy system components and reference energy system concept, consisting on in order to give a background about the work, and then talk about decision support tools and the significant parameters. And finally, I'm going to give a quick review about 2 applications on 3 modeling efforts, and then I will conclude my presentation. Here, 3E refers to energy, environment, and economy modeling. So what we are trying to do is, in summary, to determine the energy system components first, and then allocate the energy interaction and interrelations in this context. And we are trying to first develop a map that reflects the energy flows and technologies with respective demands. And then we apply alternative scenarios in order to develop course of actions, for example, for SECAPs for urban plans, or CMs for ships or fleets, for any kind of energy system in any complexity or scale. But what I try to underpin here is the similarity of these 3 sectoral applications. It starts with the initiation, and then planning and implementation, and then monitoring and control phases. So an energy system consists of the resource or resource technologies first, and then these resources are converted to final energy carriers by using convergent technologies, or by process technologies we have other kind of products and use, and then we obtain final energy carriers, mainly electricity or heat as well, for low temperature heat or industrial process heat, and then we consume these electricity or heat in end use or demand technologies with respective commercial, industrial, residential, or transportational or agricultural sectors accordingly. So this is a really generalized illustration of the reference energy system, just similar with this structure. The story starts with the resources again, and resources consist of imports or exports plus minings, I mean the domestic resources, and then after this process we obtain the primary energy carriers, and with conversion and process technologies finally we obtain electricity or heat, namely the final energy carriers, in order to consume in end-use devices in order to meet our respective demands. So this is the main structure reflecting the reference energy system concept, the mind after this idea. And the topology lies here. The model structure starts with the energy system topology and organization, named the reference energy system. This is the first step of this process, planning process. And then we obtain the numerical data with time series in order to develop a base scenario, baseline scenario, or business as usual scenario. But during this process, we have the GAMS environment in mathematical structure, and finally we develop alternative scenarios in order to see the what if questions or respective key questions. So here are the significant parameters. Mainly I can say that there are two main drivers in energy systems. One is technology and the other one is resources. And we try to develop these energy models in mainly 3E approach. These are energy, economy, and environmental aspects. But we
Recording in progress.
But we try to make an end by an engineering point of view. So these are the fundamental parameters. For technical view, we take efficiency, availability, and annual utilization into account. And in order to, in economy title, we try to define the investment costs and related fixed and variable operation and maintenance costs, all input and output fuel costs, and if any social parameters required, then gross domestic product or population increase rate can be also considered. Under environmental parameters, we define fuel or technology-based emission factors. These could be based on activity or capacities, and also subsidies, carbon tax, if any. This is an actual recent discussion. And after this phase, we obtain a general structure. For example, this is a municipal scale reference energy system developed by Doğancan Beşikçi, and this structure gives us the whole the setup of energy system for the analyzed energy system in municipal scale for this example. But the other application is totally from a different sector. This is the reference energy system of a chemical tanker ship. You can obtain the publications here and here as given. So this structure tells us the whole story, starting with the resources, ending with the demand side. So the main idea is actually structured on the supply-demand equilibrium, and what we try to do is to minimize the total system cost just in line with the objective function of the energy decision support tool. So as you can see, we have identified 3 resource technologies and 4 different primary energy carriers and 4 conversion technologies, 8 process technologies, ending up with 15 related demands or services as well. So what I was trying to say is that the main approach is the same and the fundamental idea is the same. So the planning procedure could be different according to the sector that we apply this modeling approach, but what we came to an end and what we obtain from what if questions are actually have the same nature. So here's a quick summary of what we have done so far under umbrella of Marmara University, under umbrella of Turkish Naval Academy of National Defense University, and Eurosolar Türkiye. this process started with the standard Markov application for Turkey. This was a technology selection and emission inventory development policy analysis work, and then we worked on a municipal province of Nain in Isfahan, Iran. This was the first Times development in our university, and then we created the Çanakkale Times model. The main priority was energy storage and smart grid application in Çanakkale utility, and then we developed Burdur Times model with a sectoral focus to analyze energy storage and hydrogen utilization and integration to sectoral applications, starting with the public transportation. And then with a bigger perspective, we have developed a multi-regional times model, but this is a little bit different with the different energies in support tool applications, starting with energy plan first, and then we applied and developed LEAP, and then our PhD student, Dr. Utku Köker, developed a MATLAB code to calculate the life cycle, and then we developed the times, and finally an osmosis model, an open source energy model, and we came to an end to get the exact solution with times and osmosis in the end. And then in the National Defense University, we created and developed a chemical tanker model by LEAP. And now currently we are studying on to create and develop a fleet model, a fleet-based integrated model by using answer times. And these efforts will continue in larger scales in different sectors and different energy systems. But again, I'd like to underline and highlight that it's not matter for us. The complexity or the scale of the energy system is not important, but the actual data and the consistency of the data is a pretty important issue for us. So here is my conclusion that thanks to God, we have finally built a capacity in university at energy system analysis and 3E modeling issues. And in time, we had a contribution to literature and graduating expert in energy modeling sector. And of course, collaboration with the universities is desired with the real sectors in order to get advanced and high resolution applications in this area. And the significance of 3E planning in energy transition is the most important issue from my side. And of course, the last issue is that there must be a situational awareness that this area of work is shifting to open source modeling efforts, starting with the European colleagues. So the next IRNEC conference had this motivation with the domestic energy decision support tools to obtain climate neutral and smart cities to up to 2030. Hope to see you there. I'd like to thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sulukan. Now, I would like to invite Doğancan Beşikçi, who is an energy system modeler, and he is also the General Secretary of Renewable Energy Association Eurosolar Turkey, and he will talk about energy modeling practices, importance of emission inventories, and risk and vulnerability analysis in sustainable energy climate action plans projects. The floor is yours, Doğancan.
Thank you, Professor. I hope my voice, my sound can be, you can hear it over there. I'm attending to this conference from Istanbul, Turkey. So my name is Doğan Cançıkçı. I'm a mechanical engineer. I have a master's degree in energy system modeling field. I'm not a doctor yet, but maybe in the near future. But today we will discuss about energy modeling practices, the importance of energy modeling practices with emission inventories, risk and vulnerability analysis, and it is pretty obvious in SecUp projects. So our outline is we will mention first about the SecUp and what is SecUp and what is the components of SecUp, what is the structure and the main beams of the SecUp. And then we will discuss about emission inventories, how to determine these sectors, how to collect the data and process that. I will show you a couple of examples according to guidelines and according to my experience in this field. And then we will discuss about emission projections and reduction options and how to do it, and also with some example. And in this topic, we will also discuss about building the energy model. It is a component of projection of the emissions, of course, how to project these emissions, and an assessment of the targets of the cities. And then we will look for risk and vulnerability analysis, and the components are climate risks and how to determine it, how to assess these risks according to guidelines, and vulnerability assessment will be the final topic. Let's start with it. So what is SecUp? SecUp is Sustainable Energy Climate Action Plan. The name is giving lots of information already to us, but it's a combination of important measures for both climate mitigation and to adapt this climate risk of the cities with, of course, assigned responsibilities. It is not a general thing. It is a target-specific plans for the particular cities, for the particular sectors, and the bodies in these cities, like people, like buildings, such as. And the of course, what is the structure of SecUp? What is going on over there, and what's the components? The first component is determining and commitment, of course, to the emission reduction targets, and of course, with mitigation and adaptation actions. Cities and the governors needs to define what will be their emission reduction targets, what will be their adaptation and mitigation targets. The first thing is the commitment, and the commitment is the biggest part of it. When you walk into this target, the rest of this commitment and the actual action will coming together. And the second part is, of course, okay, we gave this commitment, we signed such thing like how can I say that, this target. So the second thing is to prepare emission inventories for a base year. We need a base year, we need to define a year and a timeline for our city, and what will be our reduction target, and when we will do this reduction. And the third part is emission inventory projections and how to reduce to the target. Of course, we have a target, we have a commitment to a certain year, and then we need to check, we need to study how to reduce emissions to our targets. And the final part is, of course, risk and vulnerability analysis. With all these together, this SecUp document, SecUp plan, Sustainable Energy Climate Action Plan, is happening. Okay, first let's discuss about emission inventories. First, to prepare, of course, we need to prepare our emission inventories for a certain city. Let's say we are a governor is in a city in Turkey. So we gave this commitment. We signed. We completed the first step, and the first part is preparing emission inventories for a base year. According to my experience, right now, 2020 is the best choice for a base year because, of course, my experience is because of Turkish cities. We can find a good, strong data for 2020. Maybe in a couple of months we can use 2021 as a base year, but 2020 is a pretty good right now as a starting point. So second thing is we need to select an emission reporting scheme, and we need to understand the emission and the sectors involved in these emissions. And this here you can see emission reporting scheme. It is pretty good actually, and it is accepted and developed with support from, you can see, Conference of Mayors. So it's a pretty good effort about emission inventories. A serious city inventory reporting and information system is a good document to prepare emissions. It's actually it's an Excel document. It is prepared well. A city is preparing an emission, just downloading this document and starting from the very first screen and just following the instructions, and the document itself explaining pretty much everything to complete emission inventory. And it is, of course, there is a good information in it, and there's lots of resources in it. So we can prepare our emission inventories via such reporting document. And of course, we have emission sectors in this reporting scheme. As you can see in the right-hand side, we have 3, 4, 5 energy sectors. First, it's a stationary energies. Stationary, it is on the name, actually. The sectors is fixed in the city. And the second one is the transportation. It is divided to the 5 subtopic. The third topic is waste sector, and industrial process and product use, another emission sector, and agriculture, forestry, and fishing activities, also the final sector in emission related sectors. Of course, we have 3 different scopes when we are calculating, preparing emission inventory. The scope 1 is, as you can see, greenhouse gas emissions from sources located within the city boundary. So we have a domain, we have a city. Let's say Istanbul, for example. Istanbul have a domain. There is this limit. So inside the limits, if there is a greenhouse gas emission occurs, this is going to scope 1. So scope 2 is greenhouse gas emissions occurring as a consequence of the use of grid supplied electricity, heat, steam, and or cooling with this demand. What is this? Let's say we are a small city and we are not producing our electricity and other needs, energy needs, and we are buying these from the national grid, like electricity. Okay, we are not producing all of it, and we are buying some of it. It is not important, but if we are going to use this imported electricity out from the domain to the domain, it is also causing emission in somewhere else. Okay, maybe not in the city domain, but for that amount of electricity, some energy power plant in Turkey, let's say, producing this amount and transferring to the national grid, and we are buying and using it. So it causes emission in somewhere else, but it is again a city-related emission, and it goes scope 2. And the scope 3 is all other greenhouse gas emissions that occurs outside the city boundary. Well, what is this? It is like, let's say, this city have a airport, and there is this air traffic in it. So this plane's getting fuel in this city, but of course the plane is going to somewhere else, and it just emits greenhouse gas emissions outside of the boundary, so it goes to scope 3 under this table. These are the emission sectors related to the emission inventories. And for example, another part, the document helps us, this series document helps us how to collect and process the data. There is this flow chart. It says to determine the data whether it's going to be reported or not. So we can easily follow these instructions and just define if this data is going to be reported or not. And of course, we have this table to understand this flow chart. And the third part is the greenhouse gas emissions involved in this inventory, which is CO2, NH4, and N2O are the emissions related to this reporting scheme. So we prepared our emissions. Let's say we have a 2020 inventory for our city. The next step is to project these emissions to our target years. You know, we have this target emission reduction target. So we are at a 2020. We have a target to at 2030. So we need to project the emissions to the 2030, and of course we need to reduce these emissions according to our targets. To make that possible, we are constructing these flow charts. It's called reference energy systems, and I'm sorry, it is in Turkish, of course, but I can translate it. In this flow chart, these small cells in this column and in these columns referring to technologies related in the domain. In Dr. Ege Masulukan's presentation, the brief definition of this flowcharts also he presented there. But it is basically an energy flow chart between the technologies and the demands. And the last column, we can see the demands, like residential demands, commercial demands, industrial and construction kind of demands, and agriculture, forestry, and fishing demands. These are the demands that related to the city. So each city has a different kind of demand sets. We are preparing these demands and the flows between them according to the specific things. And it is also prepared, according to emission reporting scheme. We are preparing the similar reference energy system to the emission inventory to make it easier to make the emission projections and the reduction options. This is very good representation of the city and the energy flow in the technologies and the demands. So, we have an emission inventory, we have a target, we prepare our reference energy system, the brief explanation of the energy flow between technologies, and the next step will be to predict the emissions, project the emissions. To project the emissions, we are using a couple of different methods. But of course, first, we are always checking official emission projection studies. If there is this kind of study exists for that specific city. And if there is no specific studies, we are looking for demand projections for the sectors or we are just checking the population growth studies or population projections. For example, in this picture, in this table, you can see Turkish Statistical Institute's 2023 population projections according to provinces. And it is a very short, but it gives some sense about the projections. And we are using these kind of projections to predict the demand increase or decrease, of course. For example, there's this another Turkish Statistical Institution projection. It's a Turkey's population projection. It goes to the 2050, and it became that it goes to a peak point and goes down after that. So we are using these kind of projections to predict our emissions in target years. So the next step is the risk and vulnerability analysis. We have lots of different methods and guidelines. First, we have assessment report 5 to follow all the steps, and you can see that. So we need to discuss what is risk and vulnerability. And according to assessment report 5, risk is a function of hazards, vulnerability, and exposure by feed, socioeconomic processes, and climate processes. All these together became it is constructing the risk function. So in the guidelines, we have two different methods. First, we have a little bit complicated method, which is needed a higher higher technical knowledge and the citywide mathematical models to make it this kind of assessment, risk and vulnerability assessment. You can see the steps. And we have a second type of risk and vulnerability analysis with a little bit a lighter version of it. So with the city's resources about this field, about this analysis, we can choose either a dense way or a light way. So you can see an example about exposure, sensitivity, and response capacity for a specific for heat waves kind of risk to the city. And so risk and vulnerability, we understood risk and vulnerability, and we need to determine the climate risks. So in our studies, we are this is of course some of the risks, but not limited. It's a temperature, river flooding, sea levels, fluvial flooding, like water scarcity, forest fires, and vector-borne disease. These are the most common climate risks affecting the cities. So you can see two different kind of risk and vulnerability assessment in here and in here. The first one is in the previous page. It's a lighter version of risk and vulnerability analysis. It's an example for that. And the second one is a complicated maps, technical analysis, and the mathematical models involved a vulnerability analysis. So we have different methods, either complicated or simple. We can make our city, we can define, analyze our risk and vulnerabilities. And the risk and, of course, we determined the risk and vulnerabilities, and we need to assess these risks. To make that, guidelines also very clear about it. For example, well, risk has these components we need to discuss first: probability, consequence, frequency, intensity, and time scale of the specific risk. We need to repeat these 5 steps for each climate risk that we selected for our city. So for each of these components, we need to assess these components according to these how can I say importance levels, let's say. For example, for probability, high probability, moderate, low, or do not know, we have these kind of answers. And for consequences, it is again a similar thing. And for the frequency, intensity, and the time scale, we have these examples. So first, we determine our climate risk. Then we assess these risk components according to these guidelines, and then we can say that we prepare our risk and vulnerability of the city according to Assessment Report 5 guidelines. And the final part of this effort is the vulnerability assessment. Of course, risks are another thing. Of course, okay, we determine our risk, but we need to determine the vulnerability of this risk. So to do that, we need to first define vulnerable groups. According to guidelines, these are some of the vulnerable groups. Of course, it is not a defined thing. It can be changed easily according to city-specific needs. Each city needs to make this for themselves, of course. And the steps are like defining the vulnerable population. Like we have this list, we selected according to our city, we define the vulnerable population. And the second step is to identify the approximate size of the vulnerable population. Okay, these groups are being affected, but what is the size, like a person, like a percentage kind of size? And the third step is defining which groups will be affected by the climate risks. So we have a heat risk, a higher or lower heat risk, temperature risk, let's say. Which of these vulnerable groups is going to be affected by these risks? And the final part is assessing the adaptive capacity, of course. In the right-hand side, you can see some examples of the adaptive capacity assessment about it. So all this together, first, let me briefly describe what we learned. First, we're going to do our target. We need to determine our willingness for this effort. Then we need to prepare emission inventories. Then we need to prepare our emission projections and the reduction targets. And then we need to assess our city's risks and vulnerabilities to complete our SecUp process. Of course, this is the first part of SecUp, and the second part is of course another topic. We are not going to discuss that topic right now. Is to define the actions of this risk, how we deal with it. Thank you for your attention. I hope I was not I was not a bore with you with these details, and we share base with renewable energy.
Professor Dr. Hasan Heperkan for his presentation. He's from Istanbul Aydın University and engineering faculty member, and also he's a member of Renewable Energy Association of Turkey. And he will speak about new trends in building technologies, smart buildings to meet climate neutral cities. The floor is yours, Professor.
Yes, thank you, Professor Uyar. I hope my voice is clear. Let me share my screen. Yeah, and I hope it is visible.
Okay, yes, it's visible. It's very clear. Good.
Okay, so I think the slide changes are possible. Okay, thank you very much. Well, little time is left for me actually from my clock here, but I will try to summarize and be quick with my presentation. So in the first part of my talk here, I would like to emphasize a couple of reminders. The first one is the climate change actions and the European Green Deal, and then the energy performance of buildings directives of the European Commission. That is, of course, the basis of our studies towards the smart technologies. Zero energy buildings and energy efficiency is, of course, the main idea and the elements of smart cities and smart buildings. And to achieve this, renewable energy and electrification is important. You have to electrify things and digitalize things so that we can use the smart technologies. And the prime point here is that during the electrification, of course, we need electricity, and it must be produced by renewable sources. Okay, so energy is, of course, a social and has importance on the social and economic development of societies. Energy production depends on fossil fuels, and it is diminishing. And we have greenhouse gases, dangerous, of course, levels. And this COP27 is actually the platform to discuss these things. And we need clean energy, of course. And while producing clean energy, we must use the energy efficiently as well. So very shortly, of course, related to Turkey, we import 70% of our energy, and most of the energy is based on fossil fuels, 83%. Okay, now in the previous COP, the COP26, it was mentioned that the existing targets are completely inadequate. Therefore, we need natural solutions and new energy infrastructures. 3/4 of the carbon dioxide is energy related, so this tells us that we must deal with climate neutral solutions. And in that, electrification and decarbonization of the devices and services plays the important role. Now, expansion of renewable energy use, energy efficiency applications, electrification, end user services, hydrogen technologies in that respect as clean technologies, and maybe sustainable bioenergy can be candidates for realizing the transition. Now, very short reminders again. Turkey is a party to the Vienna Convention. It has also signed the Montreal Protocol, and in essence, Turkey goes in regulations and standards with the EU requirements. Turkey has also, a little late, but has also signed the Kyoto Protocol, and finally, last year in March, the Kigali Amendment. Okay? And we have also submitted our intended nationally determined contributions in 2015. And of course, this is a little time has passed over that, and we have promised to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions by 21% by 2030. And from the announcements of the Vice Minister yesterday, Turkey will announce very soon the new targets for its intended nationally determined contributions. We also have adopted the F-gas regulation. This summarizes our past targets. The green one is what we are aiming for, and the blue one is the scenario of as usual business. Now, smart cities and buildings, of course, are depending on the energy performance of buildings directives of the European Union. And this directive was revised in 2018. The initial was in 2010, where it was published the first time. And the revision actually brought new concepts into the view, like comfort and health of the people are also important, and that the buildings must be ready for a digital transformation, which was indicated by the smart readiness indicator in the last revision. Now, in last year in December, very shortly, the Commission also proposed a revision, and this time more social action and pressure on climate has been emphasized. And here, the renovation of the existing building stock has become very important, because we realized at the end that most of the building stock is old. And if we don't do anything related to them, then it will be very difficult to achieve the targets that were proposed in the COP26 last year, and probably which would be suggested this year in the meetings today. Now, what is new in that revision? Financing of the investments is important. The energy performance certificates based on common criteria is important, and also renovation passports for the buildings. These are new concepts. Plus, of course, we have the cost-benefit approach, which I will refer to in a minute. Technological innovations in the building sector are utilized at 3 levels. First, we must reduce the energy demand of the building. Then we must use efficient technologies. And then we must integrate the renewable resources, of course. Today, the industry is capable of this efficient products, and we can use them in the building sector. However, our approach must be different. In the previous revisions of the EPBD, we approached from a design point of view, and we adopted what we call a optimum cost or cost optimal analysis. Now, this has to be revised a little bit with the new concept of cost-benefit approach, which also takes into account the external factors such as community perceptions, welfare level, human health, and the social perspective. So we must look at things from a little, from a different point of view, actually. We must change our paradigm. Now, how do we do that then? The basic element is the zero energy buildings and heat pumps. I will mention why heat pumps are that important. Of course, the near zero energy buildings have been defined as very high energy performance buildings. And however, concrete numbers do not exist in the directive. So member states are actually flexible in the way they define their nearly zero energy buildings. The share of renewable energy is required, of course, and therefore we need the performance of buildings assessed so that we know what is the share of the renewable energy. And there, of course, we must account for active systems like heat pumps, water collectors, the photovoltaic panels, and so on. The last thing I want to mention here is how is this heat pump related to the renewable energy. This was solved by the Directive Article 2 in 2010, where the energy from the groundwater and air can be considered renewable. Of course, here it is important to remember that the heat pump is activated by an engine. It can be a fossil fuel engine or an electrical motor. And therefore, somehow, indirectly, not all of the energy taken from the groundwater or air could be considered renewable. So we must be careful there on how we assess the energy used. Here I just put a very little example of a Lexington home in Massachusetts where the entire building is run by electricity, appliances, heating, everything. And of course, to be able to live with such a low amount of energy, we have to have double wall construction, triple glazed windows, and the whole electricity of this building can be supplied by 40 solar panels, which is very feasible actually. And when we do that, we have like 58% more efficient building. Technological solutions are available, and they are cost efficient now, and mainly because not because they have been cheaper, but because the energy prices of the fossil fuels have increased, especially with the last Ukrainian-Russian war, for example, and therefore the importance of renewable energies have become more important. The building sector, as I indicated, is dominated by existing buildings, and if you build a new house, it's easy to use the new technologies. However, if the building is existing, then it is not that easy. And heat pumps are here the most important element, because using the heat pumps, we can actually convert the existing buildings into nearly zero energy buildings. Of course, we must here depend on the seasonal coefficient of performance, not the normal COP, which is based on the steady state applications of the heat pump. So here, this is actually summarizes what I have been talking, a interaction between the energy demand and supply of a building. Now, in this part of my presentation, I want to talk about two projects. One is an ongoing project, upscaling sustainable cooling in the MENA region, Middle East and North Africa region, and it is funded by International Climate Initiative, ICI, and the Federal Ministry for Environment and Nature Conservation and Nuclear Safety of Germany. 4 country partners from the region, Turkey, Jordan, Egypt, and Lebanon are here, together with, of course, from different institutes from Germany. What are we focusing on here? We're focusing mainly on natural refrigerants, use of natural refrigerants, and in the commercial air conditioning and commercial refrigeration areas. We have 4 pillars. Cooling demand must be reduced, phase down on the HFCs, we must replace inefficient cooling appliances, and of course, we must be improving the operation of the cooling appliances. And therefore, we need 3 areas to work on. One is policy, change the regulations in the countries. Finance is important. We must develop financial models to do this. And of course, the technology is important. The technology maybe is the easiest part here in approaching this project. Okay, the second project is on a cost optimal insulation analysis, again related to Turkey, where we usually economically, as you know, try to find a point where the payback period is not very long, and that after a certain time we start gaining economically from the project. However, the cost optimal point is the minimum of this approach here, as you can see. So we have a range of economic optimum. So what we did in this project was we looked at the situation in Turkey Presently, we use TS825, and we have 4 climatic regions. However, our analysis showed that the 4 regions are not enough. Actually, the regions should be increased to 6 so that we can have a cost-optimal situation. Turkey, of course, Turkey is an interesting country where you have so many regions. Not all of the countries in Europe show this property. Maybe Italy and a little bit maybe Spain, but most of the countries in Europe have only 1 or 2 climatic regions. So that makes Turkey an interesting country. Here are some of the results from this study. We should emphasize actually on the primary energy demand here. These are values calculated for the cost optimal approach and of course values from the existing TS825. You can see that quite a bit of achievement can be made by using the cost optimality criteria for the regions. The windows are very important here, not only the walls, the ceilings, but the windows are also important. So here are some available technologies that can be used at the moment. Of course, they're not all very cheap and economic, but the technology is there. And as in the case of the PV panels and the wind turbines, in the time these are going to be, these solutions are going to be economic as well. Now, electrification. Electrification, as I said, is important because if you don't electrify the components, then or digitalize, the next step of digitalization is almost impossible. And of course, then you will not be able to use the new technologies in the buildings. So for a clean energy transition, we must electrify the components first. The cost of the solar PV and wind cost, the wind turbines, of course, has not changed actually, but because, as I said, of the sharp increases in the prices of natural gas and coal, they have become economic. And the picture, the economic situation shows this. The variable renewable energy electricity production has risen in the recent years, like an average of 8.7 globally. Some countries, of course, have done better than the average. And this is another graph that shows how Turkey can benefit from this. And you can see that if you refer to year 2028, if we adopt the renewable energies, you can see that our dependency on foreign fuels will reduce considerably. Digitalization, then we start talking about information and communication technologies, the internet connections, and related Internet of Things concepts. And here, Internet of Things, of course, is a network of cyber-physical objects that exchange information and data between themselves. Here, not only the communication is important, but they are capable of deciding things using the artificial intelligence, for example, scenarios today. And cybersecurity then becomes very important because how are you going to rely on these the data and the communication between these objects that we really don't have an exact force on. Digitalization, of course, is related to smart devices where sensors, big data collection, and the analysis becomes important. And we can use these in our favor. For example, we can optimize heating and cooling fluxes according to prices, and then reduce costs and provide new services. And what makes these things smart is not just because they are interconnected, but as I indicated, because they can decide among themselves without us interfering all the time to tell them what they should be doing. And of course, here we must not degrade the comfort conditions. This is also very important. Here, I want to look at a specific example for doing that: digital control systems and BIM technologies. This is, of course, these are musts for the smart buildings and cities at the moment. What we have here is that we monitor the data, and with the DDC systems, we act on the heating and cooling services. We can use this for residential automation, air conditioning systems of commercial buildings, and building automation. Here again is another application, a residential building where we can use the DC systems by temperature controlling, lighting, doors and gates, the TV monitors, home entertainment. We can use it to control almost every function in the smart building. And here we have four stages. We have sensors, field elements, integration, operation, and management. How do these really function? First, the sensors, of course, collect the data from the building. As you can see here, we use RTDs, thermocouples, thermostats, CO2 sensors. Then comes the field elements who convert these data obtained from, or the signals from the sensors into the computer-fed information using logic functions. And then we can operate on the valves and dampers to control the system. The integration of the data can be done using standard platforms like BACnet, LON, and then, of course, we need software to manage all this information, what we call the big data, and then use it in our favor to save energy. Here are open protocol LON work platforms. There are a lot of such platforms available that we can use. And this is the last slide, actually, that I will be showing you. This is a direct application from an air handling unit where we use the DDC system to control the application. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you,
I
Professor.
tried to be a little quick, but I hope I didn't take too much time.
No, you never take too much time. Thank you very much.
I'm a little bit technological, sorry.
Yeah, it's okay, no problem. Okay, thank you very much for this really nice presentation of how we need to approach to cities. And so far we have developed, and as Professor Sulukan mentioned, we are trying to make our contribution to the field in line with the existing regulations. Thank you very much, Professor. Thank you, Dr. Sulukan, and thank you, our real expert, Doğancan Beşikçi. Thank you very much. Have a nice evening. Hope to see you soon again. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Say.
Ya ben yapınca çalışmama ihtimali var mı ya? Say.